I just started illustrating for Magic the Gathering, so uh, yeah, basically switching a little bit from the historically accurate into more fantasy stuff at the moment. And today I will be showing you part of my process, and I get asked a lot about how to create a realistic looking light, or how do I approach my paintings. So I will be sharing parts of that. Um, yes, it's my sketchbook sketch. I don't usually do that. I prefer to sketch or work purely in digital, but this was just for a convenience way because I didn't have any other sketches. So I took this one, but it doesn't really matter. I think you can do basically anything with your workflow. I don't even start with lines. Oftentimes, I just go into painting a silhouette and then add details into it. But I will be showing this process while using lines, just these basic shapes. And I will start now adding some silhouettes into it, and talk a little bit about the materials and light. So I firstly like to kind of separate the elements in the painting, especially the main focal point, being a character usually for me, and then the background will be on the separate layer. I don't tend to use too many layers though, but uh, that's just my preference. I think you can really go with whatever you like with your painting. And I also yeah, pretty much. I think it's a great way to do basically any painting, to have a clear vision and have clearly separated values. So that's like the 90% of what makes the painting for me. Having this correctly done can make or break your painting. Um, so I've been showing it in my previous video, and if you've seen it yesterday, I think when I was talking about choosing the two values for my characters. One of them, if I separate the painting into three values, one of them being light, one of them, the second will be mid-tone, and the third will be dark tones. I will always choose, or most of the time, I will choose two of these values for my character, and the other one for the background. So this way, I can make sure to have my character really pop out of the canvas. Let me just show you what I mean. So if I choose this mid-tone and let's say dark color for my character, I have a really nice contrast between the character and the background, because the background is uh, uh, really white, or you know light value. If I would choose light color for the character, it wouldn't pop out, right? So this is like the basic thinking about how to separate the character from the background and have the focus be on the character. And this relates to a um, common thing that I see with my students, that let me just sketch here little sphere. Most of the students tend to um, create three-dimensional objects this way. They will use a dark tone for their shadow and the light tone for their um, light light side of the object. But if you do this all the time in your painting, it looks unnatural. You have to be sure that you know what you're doing. Meaning that if you use only two values like this, it can still read pretty well. It's still three object, but also you can do it like this using only the light and mid tone. This is also a possible way how to depict a 3D object. Now, this would be just talking purely about the how to depict a object in a space. But if you want to do work with materials, that's another matter by itself, because then it gets more complicated. Like if there will be a highlight or not, or if there will be some reflections here or there. I'm just trying to tell you that you don't need a full scope of values from white to black. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, from white to black, um, to depict a object. You can go you can go with a really small portion of the value scale, or you can use like this tone to this tone, and you can get away with a lot of things and depict basically anything. Don't use a full range of values, is what I'm trying to say. Right. I studied uh, industrial design or product design as well, but there was no digital painting. And when I finished the school, I really didn't feel like I want to do that as my profession. I was into painting a little bit more and doing that on the side, learning by myself. So I had a big chance because Warhorse was hiring at the moment when I finished my studies, and they accepted me. So that was a immense luck, and yeah, it directed me into this profession actually. Otherwise, I would have to look for a job in somewhere else, because in Czech Republic there are no other big video game companies that are hiring, or there are almost no video game companies here. So, and yeah, I'm teaching in Czech in Pilsen, in my hometown, on a university, and that's something very uh, different to what I was doing so far. And I have to say that it's really beneficial. I really recommend to everybody, if you get the chance to do something like this, to kind of sort out your ideas and try to teach someone your craft. I think that's the best way how to learn yourself. I had to figure out a lot of things to how to explain it to my students, and that led me to becoming more educated in my field. I got way better just by teaching, I think. Yeah, that's one of the options. Definitely, Czech Republic is so far very lacking in this environment of games. We have only Warhorse, and then there is Bohemia Interactive, who did Arma 3, I think, and Flashpoint, and these games, the FPS shooters, FPS games. So there is only a couple of movie studios, and yeah, there are not many options. So I think people who are working here kind of have to do either freelance or have to try luck abroad. Yeah, there are the big studios for movies and TV series in Prague, working quite on various Hollywood projects or I don't know where they are from. I think Netflix series as well. But there is a big industry in that because in Czech Republic uh, we have rather low salaries, so kind of a cheap workforce here. So that's one way uh, how you can actually be very proficient when working as an artist here. Because if you're working freelance from home and living on the living costs in Czech Republic, you obviously don't need to spend as much, and you can earn a nice money from abroad because they pay well, and that way you can actually um, Warhammer. Well, I've been working with Creative Assembly and Games Workshop for a couple of years now, and they are very professional. Everything goes very smoothly. They always give you just a brief, briefing with usually everything explained pretty well. And after a couple of iterations, you go to the final image. Usually, they don't need any not extensive changes. They are very flexible about their artworks and also can have a clear idea so they can actually tell you what they want and you don't have to uh, look for it in your work. So I would say definitely pleasant experience. Actually, for composition, that's like the least um, important thing for me. What I'm doing with my paintings is just I'm looking at them critically. Is like, is this visually pleasing or not? That's basically it. If I would have an image, let me just delete this. If I would have an image that would be like cropped, let's say like oh, sorry, let's say like this. I have one bear here, one bear here, and the guy here. Then the rest of the image is empty, right? So that's like uh, an unbalanced image. Why do I have so much empty space here? That doesn't work for me. So I tend to kind of pleasant. I try to do it as pleasantly for myself as possible. That's just the only rule I have basically. There are also the common practices to do the rule of thirds or the pyramid scheme for your composition. That's also very easy. Like I'm sure you know that the main interesting the focal points should be placed in the thirds of the painting. That's like one of the rules. But I don't really look look at that or take that into account too much. I just place the important things in the painting the way that it makes the the image a little bit balanced. Right. The Death Knight is a character inspired by World of Warcraft. I played quite a long time, and I played as Death Knight, obviously. And it was one of the first images when I really thought that I've gotten somewhere in my painting. I really thought that yes, that's getting somewhere. And from I learned a lot from it because I spent like I guess over a week on this painting, which I do most of the time, but like nowadays it's more like 4 or 3 days with painting. And yeah, I had a restriction for the painting that was to have a class color for the background, which is red, and then kind of had to adjust for that and make the rest of the image work with the red color in the background, right? So that was also interesting way to approach this project because once you have the restrictions applied to your work, I think it enhances creativity. So that would be one thing that I would also recommend. Kind of set up some rules for yourself and kind of restrict what you are doing because it in the end it actually helps you with your decision making. You don't have to think about all the stuff. You can just think about parts of your painting. You know, if there was something more to the question, if I forgot something, if there was something more to the question, I forgot maybe a part of it. Yeah, that's actually quite funny because, as I mentioned, I was learning by myself painting, so I never had to go through any learning like the all the important artists in the history, or I never had to study that at school. So I slowly got to know all these giants in the field, um, Alphonse Mucha being one of them. And just slowly after realizing, or after finding out about them, I started to uh, check their work and let myself be influenced by them. And definitely Alphonse Mucha is a big influence. I think the painting Žižka of the Czech warlord, you can see that there are many similarities. I um, used one of the paintings as a reference from Mucha. And as you said about the costumes or the armor, I usually um, have a I have an idea for my painting, and it's usually about light or a character doing something or some emotion. But uh, I don't usually have an idea about what's he going to wear, or she, and that kind of evolves during the painting. And I somehow just go along with my brush strokes. And at the late stage of painting, I look up some references and adjust the design somehow. I don't really tend to be too realistic with my armor choices or clothing choices, but I think I'm really influenced by working in Warhorse, where we had to do everything realistic. So I have a basic or some knowledge of how the medieval clothes worked or work. So I don't think I can help myself do a little bit of functional clothing. I don't really like too much fantasy because I think it kind of dissolves the realistic feeling from the object or the person, and that's not what I want. Yeah, it's really not something too deep. I never had any experience with that in my life, but I mean, being orphan or something. But I just wanted to explore the gold color on skin because I saw a photo, I think it was, of a young boy with some gold on his face, and it kind of struck me as a really interesting idea for a character. So I wanted to explore that for, I guess, over 2 years, and I finally got to that. Um, it kind of evolved into this couple of children traveling through a desolate landscape, which was influenced by my previous works, where I wanted to make my world that I was building more rich and kind of fit these two characters into it. And you can maybe notice that in my portfolio, I usually tend to create or try to depict a different light light setting all the time. That helps me with decision making again, because I know I've done like direct light or or diffuse light or something to this. So I'm usually trying to come up with something new. It was super quick. Okay. Uh, you mean the coloring? My process really changes a lot. I I would suggest to everybody to try the process that I've been showing in my video yesterday, as it was, I think, um, where you do the base colors, then you apply the multiply layer or screen layer to separate light and shadow, and then put in the occlusion shadow and some bounce lights. Uh, that's probably the best way how to learn about various light properties for me, at least, was really helpful. And after you understand how it works, how to apply uh, darkness or the values, how to work with that, you can basically do any you can do it anyhow you want to. So after this, I would probably use overlay or soft light or color to colorize and then separate color of shadow and light, usually manually. This process I'm using only occasionally when I want to, when I just feel like it. As I said, I'm not usually doing the same process over and over again. I'm just experimenting and doing what comes to mind, basically. All right. Well, just want to thank you for the opportunity. And if you want to check my entire process, I just made a couple of videos on YouTube. You can find it on my latest uh, works in ArtStation. And I'm going to prepare some tutorials as well. So maybe stay tuned on my Facebook or Instagram page. Just search for Thomas Duchek, and you should be able to find me. Thanks for watching. Have a nice day. Yep.
Okay, hello Sergey. I'm going to be running through your portfolio for you. This is one of my portfolio reviews that I'll be doing for IFCC, and I hope I can help you out a little bit. So I've gone ahead and gone through some of your portfolio, and I'm really impressed. I really like a lot of what you're trying to do here. There's a lot of that kind of Naughty Dog, the ATAS, the Maches, that kind of concept illustration. I feel like you're going for here, where it seems you're using 3D a lot. You're using the lighting, and there's all the ingredients there that can make a really, really good piece. And I can see you've got a right knack for using that. So first of all, let me just go ahead into the Citadel piece you have here. So first thing I thought of when I looked at this piece was cool. I like the colours. I like the composition. It's nice and balanced. You've got the figure on one side. You've got the castle on the other side. It's obvious what you're trying to say here. It's not cluttered, and it's simple and straightforward, and it's good. The first thing I would do, I think actually let me just take this into a Photoshop file. It's just easier for me to go through it that way. Bear with me. Okay, cool. Yeah. So the first thing I would do, the first thing that draws my mind. Let me just plug the tablet in. First thing that draws my mind's eye is this kind of really, really saturated sky. And I like what you're doing. I like kind of sky color. I like all of that. The first thing I would do though is probably just get some like a light color and just send it back a little bit, get a little bit more of a depth and atmospheric perspective to it. Pushes it back in the background behind the tower and makes the tower stand a little bit more proud. And in which case I'll take that tower here. This is all going to be really rough paint over, I'm sorry. But these are just some quick little ideas that I would enforce and do if I had the chance to. Okay, it's going to be a bit rough. You have to bear with me. Okay, yeah, and then what I would do is I'd probably increase the contrast on this castle a little bit. That way you get more of like an instant bang. There's the castle there. It stands on the backdrop a lot more. In which case you probably need to darken a lot more of this here. Now the figure and the foreground is already quite dark, I've noticed. Something I would look at is maybe upping the exposure for some of these. So you get a little bit more global illumination on this character, and then that way you're kind of able to make the character shine proud without making it the highest contrast thing in the scene. Let me just fix this a little bit. So yeah, I'd also bring in a little bit more of this. You got a really nice pink here, you got a nice hue, but it doesn't seem to like be affecting the castle too much. I know it might have come from 3D like this and painting on top of it. You just need to make it a little bit like some more artistic decisions when we're going through this. So if I go through on here, let's use maybe just a good hue saturation. Maybe drop the color a little bit here. If we get a little bit of a soft light, we can throw it in. It's okay. It's not the best. Oops. And maybe if I was to drop the shadows there, so it only affected the light areas. That's why I'm using the blended function. So you can see here that if I take it forward, it only affects the lighted areas rather than the dark areas, because that's the stuff I want to leave well alone. Maybe darken layer potentially, yeah. But yeah, you can sort of see where I'm going with that color. It's maybe dropping a bit more towards the pinks there. Then as for the character, like I said, if we were to take this character, maybe drop the color a bit colder, lighten it up a little bit more. If we add a little bit of global illumination here, maybe it comes from the sky, get a little bit of purple, you really make the character kind of stand out without taking too much attention away from that castle. So just copy in there. Like so. Maybe you have all the top planes on your ground pretty similar. Maybe they all have a little bit of a lightened state to them. A little bit of global illumination. a little bit more, because it's nice to have a lot more information to like reward your eyes. Once you've gone to that focal point, it's nice to have a little bit of stuff here, and we can find the pockets of shadow as well at the same time. Like this, there we go. And then I also thought it would be kind of cool to, if we were to grab maybe a brush that is quite good at doing foreground elements. Maybe this one. So you see you've got all your grass here. If you were to just take that and darken it up a little bit, and maybe we can have like some foreground elements, would be kind of cool to like add a little bit more depth to the piece, add a little bit more of the onto the perspective, and it brings us into the piece a little bit more. Yeah, so that's the kind of some of the changes I would make, as much as you want to take it. So there's that one. That's one of the ones I wanted to do a little paint over for, just to illustrate what I meant. Yeah, cool. Okay. So yeah, the Project Firefly I saw is kind of like 3D render stuff, and I think that's really cool what you've done here. Again, I'll probably just up the brightness in some of these darker areas. I really want to see what's going on here, and unfortunately, I just can't. I'm not sure if it's my monitor or if it's just really dark. But that'll be great to see if we can up the dark values of that one. Let's go to Moon Excavations. This was cool because I like this skull. I like all the macabre stuff. And as soon as I saw that skull, I was sold. So when I opened this up, I was a bit unclear of where we were, but when I looked at the contrast here, you can kind of see it's in space. But then I did read your description to say that it was as if we had found some ancestors or relics on the moon. One thing I would say is when we're looking at space and stuff like on the moon, you've got very high contrast stuff. And there's a lot of what looks like fog or atmosphere here, where I assume it might be because this machine here is pulling the skeleton out, and maybe it's like throwing dust in the air, but it's not really selling it to me that it's like a desolate landscape because of all the fog. It might be nice to see this where it's like a lot more contrast, and you could play on that because it's in space. This is one of the only environments you could get like pure blackness like this. And that would be really nice to see. Like you got some really nice areas here, like I was saying, between the white and black. And I think if we carried that around the entire environment, it would be really cool. I really like how you got like the orange spaceman here. Really like it. It obviously ties this guy to this machine because of the color hues, and it really stands out against like the kind of monochrome, desolate background you've got anyway. What else did I write down? Yeah, but yeah, that's another thing. I would really like to have seen more of this machine because it looks really cool. Like it's one of them, like a high-tech crane machine pulling stuff out of the moon. I'd really like to see another few compositions, perhaps. If this was done in 3D, I assume it was, you could just like swivel the camera, and like even if I was just looking at it from an employer's point of view, I'd really just like to see other options that you've done. Like different ways you can play with the camera lens, different ways you could play with perspective and stuff like that. So that would be really cool. I like the idea, and I like how you've gone with it because you can see all the bones in the foreground here. Maybe make them a little bit more obvious. Maybe a massive femur bone or something coming this way. But yeah, so that's what I'd say about this one here. Yeah, this one was cool. I really like the composition of this one. I like the central snake you've got in the middle of this giant basilisk. And I saw that you attached the 3D render, which is good. I really like when I see this. It's just to show how far you've taken this in 3D and how much 3D knowledge you have. I think that's great. What I felt though is if you look at the 3D render, you've got these really nice shadows and bounce lights up here, and when you squint you get a really nice like shape design, and you can really understand what you're trying to get just on this 3D render. But at some points it gets lost, like especially around here on this kind of lip of the architecture. It'd be really good if you could just keep that dark and like have that nice white, black, white, black, white, black, like all of that around here is really interesting. And I like this kind of slice of light you got along here. Really cool, highlights this character. But I do feel that like you've got this kind of shadow on it, the shadow coming down here, and I feel like it gets a bit lost once you've introduced this centurion or this Roman soldier, it seems to be. And I feel like maybe if you were to change some of the hues and shadows in the actual, just this form, it'd sit a lot better in this piece. But other than that, I think this is a nice piece that you've got here. I like all the dust stuff when people do this. It's really cool. But yeah, no, I'll probably maybe darken some areas around here. Like maybe it's a bit more focused towards the central focal point here. I like how you've got that coming down there, and some of the light shapes are following that really cool diagonal curves. But I just really like to see a little bit more of this stuff still coming through. So that'd be really cool. So let's go back. Okay, the Lost City. Yeah, this was cool. I like this. So one thing I would say about this instantly is that can't actually tell you what. Let's get that back in. Let's do another one. Let's do another one of these. One thing I'd like to see with this one, again, is that kind of atmospheric fog. I mean, I love these shapes you've got here. And I know this is going to be underground, so you wouldn't see too much fog. But even just pushing it back a tiny bit, you get a whole lot more, just a whole lot more depth to the piece. And it adds to this scale. Because I can see you've got a little human guy there, just to show how big this place actually is. But even then, it'd be nice to like get a little bit more scale. Maybe let's up the contrast or levels. Let's have a look. Just make it a little bit brighter. There you go. Like that. Yeah, you got that tree over here, so that'll be nice as well. Just to darken, if we can darken that a little bit there. It's in the underground scenes. It's good to have like a little shadow on the top as well to insinuate that something's above you, and you're kind of trapped in this kind of alcove that you've got going on. Oh yeah, and I saw the white birds as well. It'd be really nice if some of them were caught by that like dappled lighting, because birds for scale is always the way to go with these kind of pieces like that. So as soon as you add that, adds a lot more depth to the piece again. Like these birds are coming in and out, that shadow, that kind of slice you've got along here, which is really cool. I would also go ahead and maybe, let's see if this works. This is probably going to butcher this area. But if you were to bring in maybe a little bit more motion, or skew the shadow shape a bit more potentially, maybe that's something to play with. But it just adds a little bit more dynamic, like brings me into the scene a little bit more. Another thing I would say is a lot of this stuff in the middle here, like on certain elements, it's very noisy. When it's quite far in the distance, you lose a lot of this detail. So potentially when you get to this point here, it's just smooth some of this stuff out. You might not need it at this distance because it's such a large structure that we're dealing with here comparatively. And there's a lot of repeating stuff here, but maybe just smooth out certain elements and make it look like it's set in the distance a little bit more. Right, let's go back. Shiva's Temple. Yeah, this is cool. So what I wrote for this one, this is obvious that this is their focal point, which is good. It's on the third. It's framed by these columns, these are done really well as well. I like the texture you've got on these. It has that kind of that digital painterly look. I love it. It's awesome. Really well done on that. But yeah, when I look at this Shiva's statue, I feel like I'm looking a bit more for looking at trying to find detail around it to be rewarded for this focal point. Like you've done a really good job of bringing me into this point here, but then I feel like I haven't been paid off by a lot of detail around it. And also I think these might be candles or little flames or something like that. And that doing candles in the daytime, that's going to be tough. That's a tough role. I'll probably up the contrast around here, put these a bit more in shadow if that's the case. It's unclear to me if these are candles or not, because they look like brush strokes, and I assume they're candles because it looks like it's giving off light here. The birds might need a little bit more contrast just to add to, like, you've got the bright sky. If you could just make the shadows on the birds a little bit deeper. This looks like quite a high contrast piece, so there'll be quite a lot of bounce light on these columns, but I think this is a nice balance you've got here, because you don't want them too bright and taken away from the sky and this kind of focal point you've got going here. I'd also take this monk guy, this foreground character, and just darken him up a little bit, just to again set him in this hierarchy of depth. Maybe add some really cool sweeping shapes from these cloth areas, quite dark shapes, and really emphasize that focal point, and then make sure I'm paid off by looking at it, by just really building up the surrounding areas. Maybe it comes down here and you can see the cliff going that way, or it cuts off there and you can see the sea behind it, something like that. So this piece was really cool. I like how you had the car with the headlights showing the kind of hunter, I guess, for this, who's chasing after this girl. One thing I would say is that it's quite high contrast. Like I know you've got that kind of fog light look through the rain, and I think that's really cool. I just maybe bring up the darks a little bit more, just because I'd really like to see a little bit more value around here. It'll be nice to see what's going on there. I feel distracted by this little car as well. I'm not sure if it's just because this is such a thin rope, it gets lost like in the distance, and then all of a sudden there's a car. Like if you were to squint your eyes, it just looks like a floating blob. So maybe take the car away, or move this over here into the darkness, and then use the car as some kind of catching a little bit of light. But I guess you lose your fog light then. What else I'll do? I would kind of cut around here and make this its own plane, then lighten up this area so the girl is just, it's really obvious that is what you're trying to get people to look at. I mean, it's on the third, but I feel like because of the contrast value, I'm very much looking at this car here before this. This is cool though. I really like this. This is a nice way of showing someone in darkness with the headlights on them. So I think that's really cool. Maybe on the ground as well, you can take, like I did on the one previously, take a copy of it and just skew it in perspective. Brings you into the piece really easily that way. I think it's a nice cheap way of getting perspective in a piece like this. But yeah, so ultimately, I think you're on the right track. Definitely, if you want to hit that concept illustration vibe, I think what you're doing is really good, and it's just going to come with, as you pump these out more and more, you're going to be able to hit that. I like your subject matter as well. They're interesting. They're telling a story. I think my favorite would be the moon excavation here, or the hunter next to it. But yeah, so I think if you just keep doing what you're doing and then focusing on more depth in your pieces, adding a lot more kind of perspective pieces that will sell that depth to the viewer, and just make sure that when you do create a focal point, because you're very good at creating that focal point and showing what I'm supposed to be looking at, is that when I'm going to be looking at it, I need to be paid off by that. So that's what I would focus on. Hey, yes, sorry. I'm here. I'm going to do a portfolio review for you. I really like the look of your portfolio straight away. I mean, it's well up my alley. It's that kind of bleak creepiness that I really like about it. I've had a brief look, and I think I'm going to go through every one of your paintings and talk about what I like, what I would do, and anything else that pops into mind when I look through some of these. So if we go into the all. So looking at this, I assume that lately you've been looking a lot at environment stuff. I mean, you previously done characters, which is cool. You've got a whole breakdown here, which is nice. You mean, starting from the back, you can see that you've got a whole breakdown of areas, and this is very much like functional concept art, which is really, really good to see. When we're looking at this kind of stuff, it's really important that you show you can actually do the bread and butter of concept art, and it's not just the pretty pictures. It's this kind of stuff that is going to be your day to day, which is great to see. So as we're going through, some of these are really cool. But yeah, so I think really I'd focus mainly with this portfolio review is on the environment stuff, only because that's the stuff you've been doing more recently, and that's probably the stuff I'll be able to help you out with a little bit more than some more of the character stuff. So if I just do your best selects here, because I think this is what you want to present. If we go start from the back here, so Industrial Revolution. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so this is really nice. You've got a nice view of a wide area. It's not just condensed to a really small area. You've got the whole mood and feel of this place down. I really like the kind of sunlight you've got going here, and you've got the sky that emulates it. It's kind of like sunrise, which is really nice. There's certain elements that throw me sometimes, though. Like you see here, for instance, there's a weird contrast difference. I'm not sure if this is just something from the skybox you've used, or if it's like putting in ocean or the sea in the back. But it kind of messes up the hierarchy because it's a bit darker than this area. What I would do really to improve this, I guess what I'd do is I'd look at adding in maybe a little bit more extra detail around here. I'm not sure on the reference you used, but when you're looking at some of this stuff, it'd be nice to get like little bits of pockets of deep shadow. If you can, like you see this shadow value you've got here, it'd be nice to put it above the windows just to make them look like they're indented in the building a little bit more. I think it'd be good to reduce some of this noise because it's so far away and you've got the atmospheric perspective on it. It'd be nice just to like kind of clean it up a little bit. I know it's meant to be kind of like a rustic, dirty area, but it's something about like the smooth and nice shapes that you get from that I think is really cool. I like the smokestacks you've got, but I would potentially reorientate them just so that all the smoke is going the same way because it could look a bit weird and when one's going one way, one's going another one because the wind. Yeah, that's something I'd look into doing or changing up a little bit. It'd be nice to get a figure like in the foreground, maybe like along here. There's a gantry or like a walkway with a workman looking over. Just something to bring a little bit more, I guess, kind of a story to it. Like someone's looking over at their work. Maybe it's the owner. Maybe it's something like that. Just something that adds a little bit more story and narrative to the piece. But I like the shapes you've got here. I mean, the contrast is good. You've got a good amount of shape design, shape languages in there. I might polish these up a little bit more potentially. Like you could really boil these down to just the dark and light shapes of some of these characters to make them fit in the area some more. But other than that, yeah, no, good. This is a good one. All right, outskirts, city wall. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, this is nice. Again, you've got that kind of nice. You've got the obvious shapes. You've got the obvious focal point. Oh, this is nice. I like it when you can show like a sketch in a 3D. Oh, you've matched the sketch quite well. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, really, stuff like this, I'd just maybe add a little bit more bloom or atmospherics to the piece. This is probably quite hard because you've got a lot of darkness and it's finding that value hierarchy and like night scenes is quite hard when you've got no light elsewhere. So maybe if you had, I don't know, lights on the inside of this compound, that would add a little bit of a backlight to this as well. That could add a whole lot more of a it's like telling me a little bit more about the shapes because you've got another facet in light over here. So if the light was coming from inside, there's a bright light, then maybe you'd have like a little ambient glow here. All of these people would stand a little bit more proud of the gantries that they're on, and you can actually, you'd be able to identify them a lot easier. It would be cool if we could get like some residual light kind of fading away here. Like it's not as strong as this, but as it fades into this area, it gets a little bit darker and darker. It'll fall off pretty quickly, but it's nice to have a little bit of light bouncing off of these areas here. And I assume this is snow. It'd be cool to have a little bit more like pockets where it's not so bright. It's where like kind of like this actually, yeah, but just a little bit more towards the edge of this light, so it kind of makes the light feel it's sitting in the scene a little bit easier. Maybe you have a bit more stronger light, like on this tree. You'd see the branches at the top might be a bit more brighter than this, especially if it's coming from here. And this would be, see, to me, this light is being shone from there and hitting these. I would probably darken this highlight you've got on here and then do another pass on top where it's the light directly influenced from this area. And maybe you'll have like little bits of random twigs coming out of here that are really bright, random here, and there's like little pockets that you can really dive in and get the nice individual highlights there. So let me just exit Discord so it doesn't interrupt. Yeah, cool. Maybe, yeah, because then maybe you can add a little bit more global illumination on these dogs. I think the wild dogs here. Maybe a little bit more of a glow from the inside of these watchtowers. Perhaps there's a yellow or red orange warmth that's coming from there that's maybe hitting this tree. There's it's just playing with as much light sources as you can in the night time, but this is good. I also like this. I also like this break up. When you've got this whole light, it's nice to have little break up elements like this here. This is cool. So this is kind of like something along the lines of Uncharted. Okay, yeah. So when we do this, I think this is quite important. This is something I try to do as well when I'm designing a lot for maybe a portfolio piece, is to, when you've actually done the scene, maybe do like little breakdowns like this. This is really nice to see. Yeah, like, well, this is really great. If you can get this stuff in there at any time you can, like do little breakdowns of the stuff in your scene. Oh, that's my alarm. Sorry about that. Yeah, if you go ahead and you can break down certain elements in the scene, it's really cool. I like it a lot. And even close-ups like that, was that done in 3D? I don't know if that's a reference or if that's you've done that in 3D. But yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, there's not much to say about this one. Maybe you can have like some global illumination again, like bounce light from this coming in, and it hits these kind of areas. Because I see you've got like a line statue there and there. It'd be nice if that light was to somehow hit that and illuminate this somewhat, so I can actually see it a little bit more clearer. As well, if there was a torch or something he was holding as well, or maybe I'm trying to think of another light source that you can add into this just to reward me a little bit more for, like, give me more information of this environment. Maybe it's something you didn't want to do though. Maybe it's a bit of an artistic choice. But yeah, no, you've done a good job here, and I think perhaps this might the actual relic, because once you see here, you're going to look at what he's holding. If this is what you're trying to do and emulate on that relic, it doesn't have that same, like you got the shadow, you got this protruding. It doesn't look like it's protruding here. It looks just more like a coin. And maybe that's something you should have a look at to see if you can fix that. But yeah, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is nice. It's a nice bit of set design here. Yeah, it's always nice to see the initial sketches and stuff like that. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's not much to say about here. I mean, I think you've done a really good job at this. Yeah. I mean, it depends how much time you had on this. You could, I guess, add a little bit of a painterly finish onto it, but I mean, there's not much really you can add to that. Siege of Fort Gunion. Ah, for the King Arthur challenge. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. So, looking around straight away, there's like some weird. I mean, I get this sometimes. There's like weird outlines to some elements where maybe you've used a photo or maybe used the material ID section you get from Octane, but sometimes you get these really random remnants that are really annoying to go through, and you have to check them out. Using a darken layer will help you out a lot with that, and just set your color selection really bright. But yeah, so looking at this, yeah, cool. Okay, so yeah, so this is on your focal point, right? And you've got what looks like they've captured some guards and they're interrogating them. This is cool. I can make a story from this. This is really nice. Like torn banners, really good. It's a bit cluttered. Like I have to really look closely to see the kind of bodies that are laying on the way up to there. I don't think that this composition's done you any favors if you're trying to tell a story like this, because if we were to take this camera and move it a little bit more towards what's happening there, or if you reduce the focal length a lot more, so you've got a kind of closer view of this, and it makes the castle behind it look a lot more imposing. It'll take up more of the frame, because the sky is good to have, but sometimes you can sell that scale just by having the castle in the background and none of this. I mean, you've got the bright value from the fire, so if you went a bit closer, I mean, it really does depend on what you're trying to sell here. Is this the environment that you're painting, and then you've just added a little bit of story onto it just to add a little bit more to it? If that's the case, then it'll be nice to see maybe some fires down here that illuminates the environment a little bit more over here. Maybe not as much as this, because this obviously is your focal point that you want to show off. But bringing in a little bit more light, like you have here, bringing a little bit more light to illuminate more of this environment, if that is what you're trying to sell me. If you're trying to sell me the story, then bring me in closer so I can see it a lot more. This is cool. No, again, the breakdowns are really nice. Maybe a bit more, focused, but can't really complain about half of this stuff. This is great. These breakdowns are awesome. This is stuff you don't usually see concept art portfolios because people think people don't want to see this, but this is the bread and butter. This is what people are going to be doing most of the time, and it's really good to see. Yeah, great. I love it when there's a project with loads of different facets and assets to the actual piece, and you can go through and really understand where your mind went. That's good. No, that's really cool. Okay, cool. Similar to the was it Ancient Ruins back here? Right, yeah. Similar to that one you've got there. Okay, cool. So you've got your focal point, nice, and we've got another version here, breakdown. Fantastic. Yeah, cool. Okay. So what's interesting is, so if I was to focus on, which one was that? So that was this one. So if I was to take this, for instance, let's move this into Photoshop. Like this. And then if I was to take that 3D render, so you lose a lot of like really nice areas you have. Like this gets kind of blown out, but because you see this 3D render, it's really nice that you've got like this glow that's not too overpowering. It's just nice to set a seed to show you what this architecture is back here. I feel like you might have lost a bit of it doing this, but I mean, by all means, add atmospheric fog. It sets it more in the background, but I feel like you might have lost a bit of the essence of the 3D render here. Maybe bring this area here, like there. This whole place might need to be a bit darker, to be honest, just to say a bit more against the fog. Bring this out. If this is going to be your main point of view, your main focal point, this whole thing, then yeah, this really needs to be standing a little bit more proud, I'd say. These are cool. I guess these are like little glow sticks that help to bring a little bit more light, which is like you have here. When you have this, if you was to, a little trick I use for like little lights like this, if you was just to fill a layer in black and switch it to linear dodge, from there you can don't do that. If you get like a soft brush, you can just put the opacity down to what, let's say 10 or something. You can just add a little bit like that, just like that. There you go. Maybe some stuff on there. I don't have the selection, so it's going to look really bad. But then you can also go to hue saturation, and there you go. You can change the actual color of that glow, just like this. It's a lot easier to do. But that's something I'd do. And maybe not as much as this value, but just enough to light up this area of the character and this area here. You could kind of get quite a bit of a nice glow here as well to really show off that piece, that environment. This area here, I mean, it gets a little bit dark here. I assume this is going to be some stairs, perhaps. But I really like your rock shapes you've got here. That's really cool. And I think these bats, I assume the bats, I think you might motion blur them, which is kind of cool. But maybe make them a bit darker if we were to just get them shapes in there like that. It'd be nice just to have that like standout black on white contrast you've got here. Oh yeah, they're definitely bad. Sorry, I didn't see this. Oh, that's cool. Okay, now this is cool. This is interesting. It's kind of this path of sight here where you got that kind of curve. That would be really cool actually if you could bring these bats to like even up here, like this here, and that can really sell this image and like bring me into it. It's kind of like leaf petals you see sometimes, but maybe it might be nicer to do a line like that. You kind of do lose a lot of that if you do that. But yeah, that's kind of what I'll do. That's what I'll focus on, bringing the kind of lights into the lines of sight into there with that. That's cool. That's a good idea. I like that. Just close that. Black Death from the sewers. Okay, cool. So we're getting into like the bit like a Victorian-esque environment here. It's a lot of fog. I like the foggy scenes. Okay, cool. So if I was to take this into Photoshop here. So I really like it when fog, this is probably personal taste, but when fog really like comes in and it just overempowers what you see. That it reduces these houses to like borderline just shapes. So if you were to take this like that, and I know you've got like not humans, like these creatures running the walls, but you can really play on the silhouette of that in that way. So it was just do this. Let me move my book off my tab and I can stop using my mouse like an idiot. Right. So let's go ahead. So yeah, if we were to get this fog in, let's fog all this out. So already you're getting that nice fog in. I mean, you've got it on the floor layer here, so you could bring it in like that. No, that's cool. Okay, so if we hide that a little bit. So if we were to just quickly get this chimney selected. There you go. Just do like that. Maybe a little bit of this. Oh god, that's so crude. Ignore that. And then maybe quick. Okay, so put that on a layer above. I'm not getting that. Now, if I was to just start by kind of blocking a little bit more darkness up here, but keeping it just in the shapes rather than focusing on so much detail, and really focusing all the detail that I would do in this piece will be focused around areas like here, maybe this guy, and maybe a little bit around here. But if I was to keep doing this, and you have these little areas where you're not focusing too much on them, you're just adding forms that are running across, and it's something really creepy about that you don't know what you're looking at. Whereas opposed to like that, you can clearly see what's going on. It's not too suggestive. But doing it like this, and then again, if it was to take maybe this house here, let's grab that. Let's move it up like so. There we go. Ooh. It's gonna be too crude, but yeah, there you go. Okay, that one scene. Okay, same again. Bring that in. Make it a bit darker. Oh, too dark. Make it a bit darker. So you can see that now I'm kind of isolating these certain buildings before the fog and bring them slowly in with the soft brush and lasso tools. You create an atmosphere of this that really doesn't rely on you spending ages noodling on these things. And if you can do this straight away, like this is one of the first things you do, then this is what's going to speed up your paintings a lot because you're thinking more efficiently. You won't be sitting there rendering everything and then doing the fog layer on top. It's very much so like you can go ahead and work out what you need to paint and what you don't. Maybe a little bit of light coming through here. Yeah, but yeah, so that's basically the gist of what I do to most of these pieces that I'll probably look at because I think they're probably going to be a same kind of subject matter. Same here. Even if you want to put some fog down here as well, like it's just laying on the ground, it's really cool. So yeah, that's pretty much what I do with the fog, with these foggy scenes, is just once you get to these points here, just really isolate them and make them a bit less detailed. And you can see if I was to just to group that on top, you see the difference it makes. It just adds a lot more mood to it. Okay, cool. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, this is cool. This is really nice. This is really nice. I like that you've got two different lighting situations. That's really nice as well. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, see, okay, so this is a good example here. So you see you've got your light here. It's a really foggy scene. So I know you've got that kind of nice atmospheric, but when you have fog, like quite thick, dense fog, you rarely get spotlights like this because it has to permeate such a thick amount of atmosphere that it really softens out. So if you look at stuff in your 3D render, that kind of light will be softer. especially in this one, it's a good illustration of it. You'll see here that you got the like side lighting, of course, but it's not strong. It's like it's a slight dapple of light on the side of the building, and that kind of muted color scheme and value structure is what will sell these foggy scenes to be quite creepy. You rarely want that like, oh, bang, straight away dapple slice of light across the entire thing if it's foggy. What spotlights then do, if you have like a mechanical spotlight or something that's artificial and man-made, that's what will draw your eye in these foggy scenes because it's not usually seen. But yeah, that's my main takeaway for these kind of scenes. But other than that, this is really cool. I like how you blend in the kind of hard edges and making some lost edges into the fog. That, like, this area here is really nice, and that's something that I like to do in my paintings, is when you get that kind of fogginess and it fades into the background and you lose the edges there. That's a nice artistic touch I like. Yeah, cool. Okay, this is interesting. So yeah, so I can see. So you see, you're using blenders, ZBrush, and DAZ. This is basically going to be your bread and butter. Then in this day of concept art, when you want to do a concept illustration, that's what you're going to need to learn. This is really cool. I really like how you've done. It's like when you grab the photos and you blur them a little bit and you send them in the background, but when you look close, you can still see it. That's really nice. I really like it when that happens and you can see that. I would focus mainly on like these kind of shots if you were to do it. Is focus mainly on the characters, because DAZ is so prevalent now. You can spot one a mile away. So the way I would help in fixing the DAZ characters is just adding a little bit more like skin hue variation and mottled stuff, because I mean, humans are humans, they're going to look like humans anyway. But what is a dead giveaway for me with the DAZ models is this kind of like one tone wrap around, and that is just obvious that it's the DAZ model. But if you add in maybe scars or maybe a little bit of maybe a bit of imperfections, because it seems to be like the form is so perfect in the DAZ model anatomy wise that if you add a little bit of imperfections, maybe his hand's a bit bigger or his bicep is a bit bigger, maybe he's got a fat nose or his ears pop out a little bit more. It's them kind of imperfections that really sell it as a form that you've built up yourself rather than use DAZ. Yeah, this is cool. I really like this. This is a nice balance here. This is actually, I would say, probably one of your better pieces, and the way you've handled it all here. It's a nice amount of like sending this kind of area in the back behind the main structure. Is maybe this is a bit too far across and takes up a lot of the frame. Like there's a lot of wasted space on this thing, which seems to be just rock. Maybe if you were to move that bit that way and open up the main piece a little bit more, it'd be really nice to see. That's cool. Yeah. Great. Yeah. This kind of stuff, awesome. Even this scale reference, valuable. Maybe make the characters pop out a little bit more here, but other than that, I think you're like, if this is your 2 months ago, I think that you're really starting to hit your stride with this kind of workflow, and it's evident to see. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I think this is your strongest project on here, and this should be front and center so far. I haven't seen the last one, but I really think this should be probably the top of your list at this point. That's cool. Really good work, that. I like that a lot. Okay, cool. This seems to be more of a story piece, I guess. Maybe a mood piece, half and half. Yeah, cool. So what's really important, this is all great. Yeah, you're very good at doing all this. This is so good to include. I keep going on about it, but it's true. Yeah, so one thing I noticed looking at that 3D render, this harsh, hard lighting is what is going to really intrigue a viewer to this. Seeing that contrast is just, that's what's unsettling. Hard light indicates something like strong, something's happening. It's not a comfortable environment. A hard light is very putting something under the spotlight. You're very intrigued about it. But you see this kind of lighting here that you've got, I feel like you might have lost some of the shadow shapes around here. So maybe if you were to take this and add a little bit more darker shadow shapes and maybe darken some areas here. Saying darken some areas, this whole area seems to be quite a lot of wasted space. I can sort of make out some feet. I would personally like to see this a little bit more globally illuminated, so I can actually see what's going on there. Um, Maybe a little bit brighter than you have here. I mean, these values are great because then you can see what's going on here, and I think maybe that's a bit too dark there. Oh, see, there's another foot there. Let me just see how dark these areas actually are. Yeah, so it's like the value here is borderline, like the lightest you can go without losing color. So I would bring them foreground elements up a little bit more in these pieces. But other than that, no, great. Yeah. So I hope that's helped you out a bit, Yash. Please send me some questions if you have any questions about what I've said, and anyone else who has any questions, if you're watching this, just let me know and I'll be able to help you out, I hope.
Hi everybody. I hope you can hear me. My name is Andrei Maximov. I work in main road post. I need to to have some apologizes because my English is not perfect. That's because I invite to this presentation my friend Alexander, who also works with me at main road post and did a lot of the work for these projects. I mean Sputnik and other ones. Alexander, do you want to say something?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'll try to keep silent most of the time, but if Andrei will need some assistance, I will also speak something.
Okay, very good, because I think I will need. Today we will talk about mostly about projects that called Sputnik. This is full feature film. This is sci-fi thriller, and we did alien creature for this film. But we will talk not only about the Sputnik, but also about some different methodologies and methodologies how to did detailed simulation of some kind of, I mean, tissue simulation, muscle simulation, facial simulation, skin simulations, and so on. So let's begin. And the first of all, I think I will talk about main three components that. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we will have a lot of time for the questions. The three main components of any deformation rig that we made on the last project is the muscle system, some kind of muscle system, tissue simulation, and skin simulation. This is three different components, but entangled each other. Let's speak a bit about muscles, not very deep, but some words I will say. We have in the main road post our own muscle systems. Not we didn't use how to say original Houdini muscles. Just because this muscle system we start to develop around 4 or 5 years ago. It's before the project attraction one, as I remember. But anyway, the system is living. We constantly develop it, some kind improvements, making some improvements to it. And this is a simple stream about this muscle. It's contain microrig, so-called microrig. It's a microrig generally is a set of null objects. In the simplest case, is two null objects, one to connect muscle to the bones. So as you know, muscle have 2 points of connection. In the simplest case, the base and the target. So microrig in the simplest case is two null objects that connects to the bones. This microrig is driving the muscle body. Sorry. So muscle body is a um, just geometry, and this geometry can be shaped widely to achieve some different wide range of muscle shapes that any anatomical or any organical creature have, also human or. These muscles can have a dynamics, some kind of dynamics. I will talk about it later a bit. And after this muscles body, this muscles built to the overall body, all the muscles go into the skinning process. This is in general the framework. So how these muscles looks? This is a simplest case of two muscles. The simplest one because we have one muscle that bends in joints and one muscle that bends out the joints. And this is the simplest, as I said, the simplest case of working muscle system. And in this video, muscles don't have any dynamics. This is just connected with two nodes, as you see, to the bones. And what about dynamics? Dynamics is, of course, is a как сказать, важная, important part of any animation, any muscles animation, because creature films at these times are very detailed in terms of not only terms of texturing and shading, but also in terms of animation. And this animation needs to be very realistic. So of course we have to need to some kind of dynamics. In our muscle system, we use wires in the base of the muscles dynamics. So because there is a lot of options now in Houdini and how to make various types of soft body dynamics. Of course, you know, we have a FEM simulation, we have volume simulation for soft body objects. But for the muscles, we use wires. The reason is the simple, because wires is very, very fast. Actually, for two muscles and also for 10 muscles, this simulations works in real time. As you see in the bottom, this is actually a screen grabbing from the screen and caching going in the real time for the two muscles. But if you add 10 or 20 muscles, it will be pretty in real time, working in real time. This is, of course, a very important part. After simulation done, we can simply how to say, connect or drive with the simulation geometry of the muscles. So here is the geometry shaped muscles driven by the simulation. Of course, this is the simplest case, and these muscles, these two muscles don't connect each other, and they don't collide with the bone of the leg and other stuff. But as I said, this is a simple case to just to show the idea. And this is all about body muscles, as I want to say, because in general, the next steps, of course, is to construct a body, a muscle body, because every body, every creature have a lot of muscles. Human body consists about maybe 1,000 of muscles, some various kinds of muscles. But not every muscle, of course, need to be represented in a 3D model or in every asset, just because a lot of muscles exist under deeply in the body. But we interested only on the muscles that connect to the skin, that formed the shape of the skin. And if we try to count the base, these muscles, it will be around 60 or 70 muscles for the human body, without head and mimic muscles, of course. This is part of the human body. This is top part, chest and shoulders and arms, and of course, for the proper skin shape, we need to have not only a good muscle system, but we need to have bones, because a lot of regions on the body where we have bones that comes pretty close to the to the skin, especially when we can see in fingers or elbows, on shoulders, a lot of places where bones also play a major role to shape the skin. And the next slide is a fragment of muscles of the human body. Here is arm muscles, chest muscles, shoulder, and neck muscles. This is our muscle system, and as you see, one important point to note that there are a lot of complex muscles in the human body. I mean, chest muscles, for example, or shoulder muscles. These muscles have a pretty complex form, and for achieve this shape of such kind of complex muscles, we used a combination of simplest basic muscles. For example, for the chest, we used 4 basic muscles. After that, these muscles can drive the skin. And here also the fragment of human skin, human body, that drives by the muscles. And in this example, we also enabled dynamics. And this one guy is a full body muscle, full body muscle man without the face, but this man is only for the presentation. If you can see that there is a lot of small secondary movements in the muscles of the arms, legs, and belly. These movements make sense of weight of the character, because if of course if you haven't these secondary motions in the body, you will feel that character is weightless or unrealistic, and this is not a keyframe animation. This is just mock-up we used for this test. And this muscle system that we use at this time in our studio to make characters, various characters. So I think we can move further to the next part of the presentation. Is this part about facial muscles and FEM simulation of the facial. This is a generic pipeline of working with FEM simulation and muscles. First of all, we have high-res geometry of face in this situation. After that, we did tissue shape, or I mean, some kind of geometry that have volume. Because of course, if you have just high-res geometry, it's not guaranteed that we have proper geometry on the input of the pipeline. I will show some pictures and videos later to describe this idea. After this, from this tissue shape, we made FEM body objects. This FEM body objects is just geometry, but contains a lot of tetragons. Muscles body that made from muscles asset is encapsulated or integrated in these FEM body objects, and actually muscles body is driving the FEM object. So we have in some stage FEM tetrahedrized mesh that animated with help of the muscles. But this is not the simulation. After that, this FEM objects is going to the FEM solver. We have a FEM simulation. And after this stage, this simulation is driving the high-res geometry in the skinning process. So this is a generic idea of the pipeline. So this is facial muscles of character we did for the project that called Goalkeeper of the Galaxy. Yes, Alexander, on the English.
Yeah. The current the title of the film is Goalkeeper of the Galaxy.
Yes. So this is not just the test like was before with this gray guy. This is actually a creature for the full feature movie. And animation is technical, driving just every muscles and every single muscle in the face. This is not acting. And as you see, we have about, I don't know, maybe 40 muscles on the face. Sorry, I didn't count before the presentation, the count of muscles, but I think it's about 40. And in this case, we have another type of the muscles, not only basic that have two connections, but we have also orbital muscles for the mouth. After this, this muscles system is integrated in FEM object. So in green color, you can see thickness variation in FEM body object. So blue one is a FEM object or tissue object that drives with help of muscles, and the gray one is a sliding object, because this is very important part in facial animation, not only facial, but especially when you have when you're working with face, because some regions need to slide around the skull geometry, and for this sliding geometry, we did this low poly geometry. And maybe one more moment that we need to pay attention is the eyes region, because as you know, eyes is not just a ideal sphere. Actually, eye is a complex object. And because eye is a very important part of the every character, or maybe most important part of every character, we pay a lot of attention to achieve realistic eye movements and how eye affect to the skin zone around the eye. And mostly this effect achieved by creating a skull sliding object with moving eyes. So, but this is actually isn't simulation. Now we can go to the simulation process, and this is first steps how simulation looks like when we put this FEM geometry to the FEM solver. And as you see, this is pretty strange results, but it's first one. Of course, pretty hard to find proper values for the FEM object properties. I mean, bend stiffness, strength. Actually, I don't remember at this point all the parameters that we drive, but you know, it's about 5 or 10 parameters that can significantly change the behavior of the simulated objects. What we did, we just used wedge system in Houdini that can produce a lot of variations of needs of parameters that you need to find and we did wedge for the 5 parameters, as I remember, and did about 20 or 30,000 of simulations. Of course, another one question is how to find in this a lot of simulations, several thousand of simulations, how to find the proper ones that it is near to impossible to analyze every simulation we have. For this purpose, we did small scripts that can load all the simulation as kind of big data, and you can in real time to just move the parameters that you want to find and see how it influences on the final result. In this case, we already have baked all the simulation. We have such kind of some kind of as I said, big data, and it's in this case it's pretty simple to find the best parameters we need. Blue and pink zones is just zones that describe where the skin is stretched and where the skin is compressed. This just visualization, another part of visualization when we trying to find parameters. And after this, this is near to the final simulation result of the character face. As you can see, here is a lot of secondary details that appears on the face. I mean, mostly I speaking mostly about wrinkles, and all these wrinkles is simulated. So there is no blend shapes. Absolutely, this is only every detail on the face is just from simulation. Also, important part that teeth is colliding with, как сказать, губы.
Lips, the lips.
Yes. This is colliding with lips. And this is also done with help of simulation, but not without perfect animation. So this is maybe all that I want to say about facial animation, but maybe I need to say that this project was done before Vellum comes from Houdini. And at this point, I think in the next projects that we will do facial animation for creatures, such kind of creatures. I think we will use Vellum for a lot of the reasons. First, the first reason is because Vellum is very fast if compare it with FEM, but also Vellum is easy to control and it's stable. But of course, FEM is a king of soft body simulations of the time. And if you want to have a very high-end quality of simulation of soft body, you of course need to use FEM. So now we come to the part, the most modern part of this presentation is about Sputnik creature and how we did it. In the beginning, I want to show just part of our breakdown we did for the Sputnik. Maybe some of you guys already seen this breakdown in the Vimeo or YouTube because it's shared about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And this is just demo on which we can see all the layers that consist our creature. And I will I will speak a bit about each layer. The first one is, of course, control rig, but today we didn't talk about control rigs of any kind because we talked only about deform rig stage. But of course, every creature have a control rig, but of course, animator needs the ability to animate it, and this is just how its control rigs look like. A lot of controls, of course, and bones. After this, we have a skeleton object. Skeleton objects for driving some part of the skin geometry. This is a muscle object. So these muscles are connected to the transform of the bones and moving. The next one is a tissue object. This tissue is tetrahedralized representation of the high resolution geometry, and this geometry is driven by the muscles, and also this tissue object is simulated object. But in case of the Sputnik creature, we didn't use FEM. We use only Vellum for the tissue simulation and to the skin simulation. I will talk about it in a few minutes. Oops, sorry, just need to go back. Oops. Sorry. Oh, the presentation is going mad. I need to pause here. Okay, and after tissue, we have skin. This is the most difficult, I think, most difficult part of this creature that we did, just because the skin is absolutely simulated object, and on this stage, on stage of simulated skin, we achieve a lot of new details on the body. Of course, you can see the difference between this kind of detalization and this kind, because here we have a lot of wrinkles, almost these wrinkles. But skin also generate not only wrinkles, the skin have sliding effect, because sliding effect is a very, как сказать, знакомый.
It's a very familiar effect that we see on the real creatures, like in our everyday life.
Yeah, and it's need to be represented on the character. And the final shaded geometry of the character with texturing and shading and various effects. Now a bit of details how we did it. This is just high resolution geometry of creature, alien creature. That what was modeled in Blender. And after that, this geometry was remeshed to just remeshed in Houdini, and this is a tissue geometry. Of course, we can't simulate high resolution geometry just because we will have topology issues some kind, and for various kind of simulations, especially of sub-body simulations, it is better to have a deal with triangulated geometry, not with quads. Quads is better for rendering, of course, but as you know, on the rendering stage, every geometry comes to the triangles anyway. But this is another discussion, I think. So this is a tissue geometry that simulated with Vellum, and tissue simulated for represent overall muscles jiggling, overall jiggling of body under the skin. Tissue geometry, of course, is represented by the tetrahedrons, and tetrahedrons now can be used not only FEM solver but also in Vellum solver to represent various kind of self-body objects. Muscles system. I already said about muscles. There is nothing new. We just used our muscles asset, or better to say, framework, to build this muscle body. This muscle body also encapsulated in tissue mesh. So muscles just driving this tissue mesh, and there was a lot of we spent a lot of time to build this muscles body, and this time was spent to find proper places to connect muscles to the bones. I mean, not the geometrical bones, but the transformation bones, the bones that we have from the control rig. So the story is we have control bone, we have bones that comes from control rig, and to these bones we just connect the muscles. And of course, you need to be sure that every muscle in the body, in every possible situation, when character moves his hands, his legs, turns his head, every muscle is animated or going correctly. There is no some kind of strange movements, and to check that everything is going right, this can took a lot of time, and this muscles object, this muscles body was constructed about 1.5 of months, as I remember. One more thing about tissue geometry is that tissue needs to be simulated, but not in every place, because we have fingers and face and some parts like fingers. Okay, that we decided not to simulate with FEM because fingers is very thin in our creature. But of course, it's possible to simulate, of course, skin and tissue over the fingers too. But for our purposes, we decided not to do it because, of course, if you have when just a second, I will try to speak.
Just this won't be visible in frame because we didn't have any like close-up shots where we can see how a finger bends.
Yeah.
And the muscles on the fingers are very thin, so you don't really have any big movement there. And for the face, we just need to have the animation that animators did with control rig to represent exactly in frame as they did, because there are very small details which are important for the storytelling, and that's why we decided not to add like some simulation pass on the face.
Exactly. Thank you, Alexander.
Welcome.
The next step. The next step is a simulation. This is first steps in simulation, and because our character is not a realistic character, we can try to have some strange results. And animation is also technical, to very contrast animation to see how various body parts is moving under the simulation. So this is so-called stress simulation. And in this case, there is the simulation of the tissue pretty visible, but it's not our case. Oops, back. Like in in the situation with facial FEM object, we just did a lot of simulations. In the case of this character, it was about 60,000 of simulations with help of wedge, of course, and to try to find the best combination of various parameters. And the most difficult part of this stage is find not only just single value of some of parameter, but range of values, because on one part of the characters, I mean on the shoulder, for example, this parameter can have one value, but on the other part, on the tail maybe, or on the ears, it maybe have a bit different value to have a better result. And because just because we're trying to simulate a full body at single step, not but by the parts. I mean, simulate hand and leg and tail and body, but we of course simulate whole objects as a single. What's the next? The next is just a short of simulated tissue. This is actual animation. This is not the testing animation. This is animations of the shot. And you can see there is a lot of secondary movements of body, especially on the belly and the tail. This animation is achieved by the simulation, not by the keyframe animation. Later, I will show a lot of stage process videos. We will see a difference between simulated and not simulated mesh. The skin. Because before we talk only about tissue and secondary animation of tissue and simulation of the tissue, but the most difficult part of this creature in terms of R&D and development was the skin. Of course, when we're trying to solve some new kind of problem for us or task, we trying to find a lot of good references for the skin. This is just the references that we used to understand how skin is moving and shaped. Basic idea is in our skin setup that we just have skin tissue simulated tissue, and on this simulated geometry, on the simulated tissue geometry, we wrap, maybe wrap is good analogy, the skin geometry, and skin is simulated over simulated tissue. This is maybe sounds a bit complex, but this is true. We did simulation in two steps. First, we simulated tissue, and after this, we wrap this tissue by the skin and simulate it on top of this the skin. And tissue geometry in this case is playing the role of colliding object. So skin is sliding and colliding over the tissue. Geometry. So here we can see high-res geometry on the left, and remeshed skin geometry. So to have a skin geometry, we just remesh our high-res geometry. And in this case, this is the same as we did for the tissue geometry. But for the skin, remeshing parameters just a bit different. Skin is pretty uniform in terms of size of the every individual polygon, and this is an important part. How big this poly is need to be. So in our case, we decided that 3 or 4 millimeters is the best, because if you did very dense polygon mesh, it will simulate it very long, of course. Okay. Even in volume, because volume is fast, but it's not a fantastic fast. It's not real time, and we have a deal with with density of the polygons and the speed of simulation. So in our case, about 4 millimeters. And also in the skin geometry, we exclude some parts of the skin, I mean fingers and facial zone from the simulation, just to simplify this is the case. And this yellow areas is excluded areas, and on the right side of the slide, the blue side is simulated skin. Red one is places when simulated comes to not simulated skin, and white parts is промежуточный.
Like that's the transition part where the sim is gradually blended from being simmed to constrained to animation. Not the animation, but the previous layer of sim.
Yeah. This how looks skin geometry, but this is not simulated skin at this moment. But we can see that this is pretty dense in terms of polygons geometry. And here are 2 slides to show the differences between unsimulated skin and simulated skin. And I will go forward and back to see the difference. Skin produce a lot of wrinkles, a lot of secondary small details on the body. Because these details is impossible to model, to create in the modeling stage, but well produced or simulated approach produce dynamically formed wrinkles, and these wrinkles can be, of course, formed in the various ways. This is just a one buggy test, because of course there was no so simple to achieve proper skin simulation, and in the middle of the process we have a lot of strange results with the skin. This is just one of them. And here is the skin on the static model. Important part of every creature and modeling or simulation or animation is gravitation effect, because of course almost every creature exists in the gravitational field. Of course, if we have creatures that fly in open space, there is no gravitation. Actually, there is also a gravitation field, but we didn't see effect of this field. But if our creature is staying on the Earth, for example, or on the Mars, the gravitation is make changes to the body, and I think everybody knows that faces of the astronauts or cosmonauts are changing when they come to the International Space Station, just because they became in the state of the
zero gravity.
Yeah. But on the Earth, gravitation make changes. And here we can see how gravitation, how the skin react to the gravitation. And under the gravitation, some new details are formed in the skin. This is another one slide, because how gravitation have effect, but here is not the skin, here is just a tissue geometry under the gravitation field. And we see the gravitation is taking effect, very significant. And another one example. Of course, every creature can be different in parts of how it behave under the gravitation. One creature can be formed from very hard or I don't know, maybe metal parts, and there are no gravitational effects at all. But our creature need to be some jealous, maybe. I don't know how to say.
Very fleshy look, so we see this like all slimy and made of thin skin and all this muscles inside it.
Yeah.
Because the movie itself, it was like a bit of a body horror, and an important part of a body horror is having fleshy things there.
Yeah. And here is animation. This is test animation, but not the stress, how creature is moving. And we can see here that skin produced also some kind of details on the shoulders, on the body. This is rendered part of this animation. And of course, a very important question is how to deal with thickness of the skin. Just because skin in various parts of the creature can have various thickness. We didn't find absolutely perfect solution for drive the skin thickness, but in most of the cases, p-scale parameter in volume object is have major influence how the skin looks in terms of thickness. And here in this movie, we have thickness about 4 millimeters. Just because in previous video, we have skin simulated with 1 or 2 millimeters, and this skin looks more thick than in the next one video. But the story is about we also can drive. We can also control how the skin looks. Is it fat, or it have a lot of fat on the skin, or it's thick?
Thin.
Thin.
Yeah.
This is another one video that shows muscles inside of the creature. Just because our creature have some kind of semi-transparent, and this is part is not about deformation or rigging, but about look development and shading. But I want to mention it because we have underneath anatomy of the characters that can be visible in some situations and some light situations, and we used our skin or our muscles to a bit give it to it a bit of details, and also add some new organs like brain or skull to achieve some complex shading effect on this creature. And now I will show step by step the process and the stages of deformation rig setup. So in the beginning we have on a few shots. In the beginning we have just control, just the bonds from control rigs. So these bonds is baked because you can animate your character in in various type of software. I mean, maybe Maya, maybe Blender, maybe Houdini, and take these bones, take these transformations from these bones, and use these transformations as a drivers for the muscles and all parts of deformation rig stages. The next layer is the bones, just skeleton. This bones is also encapsulated. I didn't mention it before. It's encapsulated in tissue geometry before the skin simulation stage, just to give ability to the skin to slide around the bones. This is muscle body. And for this creature, we didn't simulate muscles like we did before for the other creatures. As I said before, we have ability to simulate muscle jiggling with the wires. But for this creature, we just use muscles as skin drivers, and don't use it for simulate some kind of jiggling. But all jiggling or secondary animation of the body produced by tissue simulation with help of Velo. This is just a skinned geometry without simulation. Skin tissue geometry. I need to, and this is tissue with a simulation stage. And the next one is skin. So we definitely can see that skin produce, as I said, produce a lot of new details on the character. And the simulation stage, or I mean simulation improves that gives our simulation is very visible on this hand, for example. I mean fast jiggling. So before without skin and with skin. And this is a final shot, how it looked like. I will show it a few times. And as you can see, there is a lot of new details given by slime. But this is, of course, not the question of the deformation rate, but the question of FX simulation. But our creature have a lot of slime over its body. And also some more shots with different stages. So this is transform bones and skeleton, and one of the как сказать, Сань, характеристика фильма, то, что камера двигается медленно.
And the style of the movie is that the camera always moves very slowly and the shots are long.
Yeah.
And that is why we can't hide some flows of the scene with the fast camera movement or camera shake. Everybody can see like every detail of the creature on screen.
Yeah. So this is a skinned tissue geometry. And this one is a simulated tissue, but not skin. And this is with simulated skin. And as well, you can see there is a lot of new details over the body. And this is final result of this shot. Another one example. So this is transform bones from control rig, the skeleton. Maybe also important thing to note that when you have full body simulated tissue or skin, you can also do pretty easily do collision with any surface on floor or walls, for example, because our creature have spent a lot of the time lying on the floor, and we need to solve this question, how it interact with the floor, how it collide. So this is simulated tissue. And the simulated skin. And the final shot. Here is also some FX work with a membrane over the creature. I will show it again. Oh.
So he's hatching out of like a shell, this slimy thing that he tears when he starts to move.
And one more example. More close up. Skeleton. Muscles. Skinned tissue. Simulated tissue. And the skin simulated. And the final shot. Here you can definitely see line under the skin muscles and inside anatomy of the creature. At the end of the presentation, I will like to show you making of this movie. I'm not sure that everybody seen it, but it's not long, about 2 minutes. But everyone who wants to see it more detailed or can find it showreel on the YouTube or Vimeo. Sputnik VFX breakdown. Movie was the creature was a major part of the VFX in the movie because it's just one creature in all movie, but it's movie very bloody. here's also the kind of demo of how skins look like in various parts. And here is a one shot that we did also effect of changing his skin, but it's not, of course, capability of deformation rig. It's just a fix. But this fix was done also with help of Vellum. So in the end of the presentation, I can say that Vellum is the one solvers that we used for simulation of every soft body geometry in this project. So this is all. If you have any question, I can answer it. As you wish. Maybe it's speak a question it will be more convenient. Okay.
Effects. Okay. So let's see. We have some questions, and feel free to answer them as slow as you can, since we have time. So okay, let's start from the start. There was a question that isn't so much related to this project, but it's related to your studio. So I will read it soon, just so we can get rid of it. And it's about city making algorithm from another project of yours. So someone is actually asking if this will be available as some sort of a plugin or standalone software, or any plans releasing it or whatever.
So the question is how we did cities in our projects.
Yes, someone actually mentioned. Or
okay, I can talk a bit about it, because we actually did in every project the last years we did a city of some kind. It was several times. It was Moscow, Hong Kong, and Moscow in future, and Moscow in some kind of situations.
the film project is named Attraction. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this
So
tool set, it was firstly developed for the attraction, but since then it's been reused in other projects like Ghost, Invasion, like the Warriors of the Future movie, and
Keeper.
like Cosmoball. So it's like we continue developing this set of tools.
Is this Houdini based or? Okay.
Yes, this is just a framework we did in Houdini. This is not a standalone software or C++ plugin. It's just assets, several assets, of course, not one. And in general, we make framework for building various type of buildings. This is like a constructor of buildings. And for layout of the city, we actually used most of the times OpenStreetMap data. So we grab data from OpenStreet, doing some post-process work to clean up or something, and place every single building on this map. And we have two kinds of buildings. One kind is high-res or close-up buildings, and another one is so-called far city buildings. These buildings that we can see near the horizon or far from the camera. These buildings who don't need to be very detailized. And this is two different approach how to model these buildings. And what it's be good to mention also that we have algorithm to generate some yards and roads and some street stuff that can we see between the buildings. This is not so complex algorithm, just SOAP, a lot of SOAP coding, coding in SOAP, I mean. And also we have use algorithm for traffic, city traffic. This also not very complex algorithms. This algorithm just moving points around the roads, the curves around the roads, and так сказать, следить за тем, чтобы машинки не перемещались сквозь друг друга.
Just searching that the cars don't run into each other and don't route out of the streets. Yeah, the other cool thing about this building generator that the buildings have a RBD mode. So almost every building made with this close to camera level of detail, it can be turned to a destructible with RBD seam model. Sometimes you need some extra work to prepare it for the seam, but usually they just get out of the constructor ready out of the box for the RBD seams. And answering the second part of the question, we have no plans for now to release it as some type of a public tool set or plugin, because as many in-studio tools, they are good for using inside the studio when you have all the studio infrastructure and the guys who develop these tools nearby to ask them. And when you want to get something to the public, you need to do a proper documentation, fix all the bugs, and do like tons of extra work that is not there yet at all.
Yeah. So in reality, even if someone would be able to get it in his hand, he will probably cursing you all the time because he wouldn't understand nothing about how to properly use it. So let's move now to the character and the project that you've been presenting us in Sputnik. So I have a question of my own. Do you have information how many bones were included in that rig? It seemed like very complex, especially because it has some unexpected elements like this cobra-looking thing behind the head, and yeah, that's about it.
How many bones was in the rig? If we're speaking about control rig bones, there was about 300 bones in the rig for every finger part, body, lips, and so on. And I cannot say exactly, but there was about 300 and maybe 20, and we did a prototyping of this rig in Blender. Blender is very useful and tool to make a lot of bones and shaping the body with help of these bones. But final control rig was done in Maya.
About the skin and the tissue, since you have mentioned that it's all the collision object, the skin, so how complex was this for the system to resolve? I mean, because it's like an unbelievable number of collisions actually. It's not something you usually test, like put some sort of a cloth over a cube,
Yeah, of course. Actually, there was about I mean, skin geometry contains about 1 million vertex or points, and skin simulation stage was most time-consuming in terms of measuring time, and it took in average 1 minute per one frame to simulate skin. So if you have for example, animation of 100 frames, it will take about 2 hours to simulate the skin. And tissue simulated much faster, maybe about 5 or 6 seconds per frame. So this is not, of course, very fast and very it's far close to real time, but so this amount of new details and complexity of animations that provided by this solution was so impressive to us, so that this is not a problem to us.
Milivoy here on the Discord channel asked, would you say that the techniques and pipeline used for this project that you've been presenting, muscle simulation and so on, and probably related also to your other projects, and I strongly suggest everyone who is listening to visit your websites just to have your brains explode. Can these pipelines and techniques be adopted by really small studios that only have like a few people, and how many of you are actually in the studio?
So if the question about the project, I mean, how many people did this work, deformation rig work on the projects, it was about 4 people, 4 guys who did control rig, prototyping, simulation development. It's about 4, and of course this kind of techniques or simulation methods can be used in every studio and every small studio. There is nothing in this creature, if we don't speak about muscles, but speak only about simulation stage. I mean, simulation tissue and simulation skin. Just what you need is to know something about Vellum and do it work in Vellum. And there is nothing special plugin writing or something like this.
Vellum would be Houdini system for cloth, is that right? And tissue.
Vellum is a Houdini system for simulate various kind of self-body objects. This can be ropes, cloths, jelly balls, and everything. Hair, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we have another question. This is more related to the VFX industry in Russia. So what's the current stage? Is it growing? And like, are big studios maybe? When person probably thinks about big studios on the West, are there maybe in contacts? Are they hiring you or your colleagues from Russia to work on the, for example, Hollywood blockbusters and so on?
Yeah, and may I start with finishing answering for the previous question, because there was a part how many people in the studio in general, and there are approximately 100 employees we currently have.
Okay, so
Yeah.
a lot of those people probably also do paperwork. Not all are involved in the production, right?
Well, I think that there is like approximately 6 people who are doing producers work, and about 5 people who do like accounting, finances, and all the other stuff, and approximately 80 people are artists.
Okay. I have some just an additional question. Do you work for do you work any projects for advertising?
Well, we didn't do any commercials for quite a long time, but now because of this pandemic COVID situation, there is a significant drop in the amount of the VFX work for movies, and we did started doing commercials as well.
Okay.
And we just recently, me and Andre just finished one small commercial project in the last months.
Okay. Well, you have to save the business, let's say. So it makes sense, of course. Okay, let's move on.
But I think we can talk about the question about like the VFX industry, if you're not against this.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'd say that our studio is one of the biggest in Russia. There are maybe 3 or 4 other studios, VFX houses, I mean, as big as we are. But there is also an animation studios who do animation series and full feature animation. And I can't name exactly the amount of the studios, but I think there are like 6 or maybe 10 studios that are bigger than us. But we don't have any studios that are bigger than 1,000 of employees. Usually a big studio is like from 100 to 300 people. And you can number them with your 2 hands. And regular size of the studio, I think it's about from 20 to 30 people. And there is definitely also a big number of small studios, which like from 5 to 10 people. And the industry itself, I can say that it's growing quite fast. Of course, now there's a certain drop because of this coronavirus situation. But if you look for like last 10 years, there is definitely more and more movies coming out, and there is more VFX work that needs to be done. And the animation, especially like the kid animation series, they grow even faster, and I think that's like maybe doubles each year in previous times. Speaking about hiring from outside Russia, it's not very common thing, just at least for our studio, because there is a lot of bureaucracy work behind hiring a foreigner in Russia. And usually just there is quite a few situations where we can bring a person into the studio. But we do some freelance outsourcing all around the globe. And speaking about animation, I think that in all the recent projects that we did, including Sputnik, Cosmoball, Invasion, and Attraction, we do outsource quite a lot of freelance animators, and we have just a regular animation team, which consists mostly of outsourcers from all around the globe.
Okay, so I guess then that you have been also outsourced maybe by others who are even bigger than you from around the globe.
Yes, but our current practice that we usually have clients from Asia.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, because in China and mostly in China, there is now the cinema market is growing very fast, and we did some VFX work for Chinese movies. We'd love to do some work for Hollywood and for Western clients, but we didn't have like a good chance to do it, at least for now.
Do you think that the problem is visibility? Is it hard for you to promote your work online? Because to be honest, I kind of stumbled upon your work for Stalingrad.
Mm-hmm.
This was like I was like totally blown away, and the conclusion was like, how it is possible that I haven't heard about this studio? You know, like because that breakdown was simply amazing, and the quality of work outstanding, and it's kind of hard to imagine that I wouldn't get informed about it by either some friend sending me a message or whatever. So it looks like there is some kind of barrier between the east and west, and even stranger is that we are also kind of Croatia is practically more east than west, but we are much more exposed to all the production that comes from the west. So yeah, it's a very interesting topic, I think.
Well, I think that the main reason, one of the main reasons, of course there are others as well, is that Hollywood is usually outsourcing on the territories where there is a rebate system. Like if you look at, I don't know, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, there is always some type of rebates or subsidies that you can get when you hire some VFX work there. And there is no such thing in Russia yet. Our government is trying to do this, but it's very like first shy steps, and the amount of this rebate programs is very small. But luckily for us, now the government is trying to help the inside companies to go to the outside market, and we hope that it will give some results in future years. And the second thing, I think that because there was never a good case before of some VFX studio from Russia doing like a job for Hollywood movies. That is why most of the producers are quite like afraid of taking a try.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's see. Okay. The question is about the Sputnik again, about the creature. Someone is asking about the author of the creature as a concept, and is this someone outsourced, or is this from inside the studio, and how much information? This is probably related to information needed to do creature in 3D and all the animation. So the question is, how much information about the creature did you get from the concept, and how much did you have to think of yourself about the anatomy, how it moves, probably also the muscle system and the skin and so on?
Oh, sorry, I don't clearly understand the question.
Andrew, I can translate it in Russia for you, if you'd like. Вопрос про то, делался ли концепт в студии, и сколько информации о том, как устроено существо, было понятно с концепта, а что нам приходилось додумывать самим.
The question is, or the answer is, sorry, all the work was done in the studio inside. I mean, in development, look development, concept work. But as Alexander said, some animation was done with help of freelance team. We have in the beginning we have just a worlds of screenplay and some problematic that was given us by director of the film, and all the development was made from this worlds, from the screenplay, and I can say that we did inside work of the creature, of its anatomy at the concept state. No, we just draw about 20 concepts of, or maybe 30 concepts of creature. We're trying to find a look of it, but at the same time, if we found some workable variant, we try to make some development in rigging stage. I mean, of course, we can draw any creature, but not any creature can solve effectively storytelling tasks and some constraints that play can give us with this behavior of the creature. And the development was pretty complex. I mean, many parts going in parallel. I mean, concepting, rig prototyping, also shading, finally shaded look was found whereas when the animation was done, for example.
Yeah, and I can add that initially this wasn't like work from the blank page, because before Sputnik we did a very small short called Passenger with the same director and with a similar plot. So maybe some character of this creature was like a reincarnation of this earlier creature that was in this Passenger short. And then even after we started modeling and maybe the rig was already in process, we found out that the creature from Stranger Things that just came out when we already developed the design looks pretty much similar to what we currently have, and we had to do some alterations to our design, like go back to the concepting stage and redraw some parts so they don't look too similar.
Makes sense. Well, that's really unfortunate when you have something already done and then you see on the popular series that okay, this will people will get it totally wrong and then accuse you that you probably copied or whatever. So this is really unfortunate. But then again, this also probably made you do something even better and more complex.
Well, yes, I hope so.
I remember one of the films that we mentioned earlier with this spaceship falling from the sky and that alien coming out. I think this was something also very, very complex because it's not the usual type of character. It also had some really strange muscular system on itself. And was there any difference between animating that character and this character? Because I remember that there were some super complex movements there. Like animation was really done on the highest level.
And if we talk about technical part of question, the muscles in the invasion or attraction alien, the same framework that we used in the Sputnik, but in the Sputnik these muscles more modern in terms of versions of asset, but this is the same muscle, yes. And if we talk about part of the animation, this is very interesting and known story. Yes, animation was pretty complex and very hard to achieve this kind of result that we did in attraction. And we done a lot of attempts and spent a lot of time to find this timing and spacing of the alien. And in the final, to solve this problem, to solve this artistic problem, точнее как-то, Cameron Field, the man animator from US, help us to solve this problem. If to be short in the story.
Yeah, if like a more like splendid story, the thing is that the creature is actually a human inside an alien exosuit, because the aliens in the attraction are just the same like humans. But we wanted to hide this from the viewer for the first part of the movie, so they can think of an alien creature like something completely alien. And that is why we needed to develop then this exosuit in the manner that a real human with real anatomy can sit inside, but when we see the exosuit and how it moves, we don't think about the creature like a human driving a robot. So that is why this task, this problem was quite complex for us, and we did quite a lot of tests and attempts, and we never could find like a proper balance between this alien creature moving fast enough, being quite aggressive, quite acrobatic, but at the same time, it doesn't behave like a monkey or a spider. So we can see that it's a sapient creature. And it was a great luck for us that one friend of our studio had a contact of Cameron Fielding, a very great animator, one of the, I don't know, most talented people in the industry, I think, nowadays. And we didn't believe that he could like say yes to our offer, but we just decided we will just how to say we just write link and write and then see what happens. And luckily for us, he said that he's interested in this work, and he did a lot of really great work on developing the moving style of this character that later other animators could use on this show. And he also did a bunch of great shots for the first movie. On the second movie, on the attraction, we didn't work with Cameron because he was busy and wasn't available for this project. But we did reuse one of his shots like an Easter egg later.
Yeah.
So how possible is that some of your project would turn into something, you know, longer as a longer film, as a series? For example, is there a possibility that national television in Russia or some private network would be able to finance something? Would they be even interested in to broadcast something of yours on a national level? Were there any request of that sort for your projects?
Well, this is actually not our like business, how to say, because we're like the VFX vendors, and this is I mean this is a question to the producers who are creating these movies. But from now on, there is no like such a practice yet in Russia to create like a media franchise with like series of films and maybe television shows yet. But who knows? We hope so. Maybe there will be a third sequel of attraction movie. Maybe Cosmoball will be lucky enough to just go into other media.
I ask because this is definitely type of a material, you know, that we would expect to see from, you know, Netflix or Amazon or, you know, even Disney, and it's more and more popular, this format of TVs where you know get like a better produced products with better stories that you can watch on TV that you can if you go to the cinema. So one more thing, just let me check how much time do we have still? 5 more minutes. Actually, do you have anything else to say? Do you have any final words? if someone would be interested in showing you its portfolio, where can this be submitted and that kind of stuff?
Sorry, can you please repeat the question?
So if you have any final words, and also if any artist would be interested in working with you, where he or she can submit the portfolio.
Yeah, so if you want to work with us, write to hr at emerpost.ru. Yeah, this is the email. And for some conclusion words, Andrew, you say first.
I don't know. I think do what you love and love what you do. That's it.
Yeah. And thank you guys for inviting us. It was a really interesting talk with you. And it's a great opportunity. Like when we sit at home and just don't know where to do, we can have such a great chance to talk with a broad audience all around the globe and in Croatia especially.
Thank you. And if you'll be available, here is a direct invite to do it again, because we have like really a lot of things that we want to ask you, especially related to the Houdini and other tools that you use. I didn't want to focus too much on Houdini, since I know this is your like a core software for all of your work. But I think that's really obvious for anyone who takes a look at any of your breakdowns. And yeah, we'll be in touch. I hope we'll be able to repeat this again, or any type of webinar or anything like that when you'll be available to talk. So all the best to you, and we'll be in touch, I guess.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to my course. My name is Jude Smith, as I'm sure you're already aware. First off, I'd like to thank you all for signing up. I'm really excited to share some of my thoughts and process with you. So I hope you find the information you learn in this class helpful. If you have any questions throughout the class, feel free to reach out to me through Facebook, ArtStation, or any of my other social media. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have or give general feedback and critiques. So a little background on me before we get started. In 2016, I graduated from the Art Institute in Washington, D.C. with a degree in media arts and animation. After graduation, I spent about a year building up a new portfolio and freelancing for a few publishers and indie gaming studios until getting hired by Kabam, and I've been working on games ever since. A quick course overview. First, we'll start with some topics on art fundamentals and design theory that I'd like you to keep in mind throughout this course. After that, we'll begin the creative process, starting with sketching, and work our way through the entirety of my process to a final polish. Required tools, you really only need Photoshop for this class. Lazy Nezumi Pro is optional. It's just a useful plugin for when you want to be really precise. I'll go over that later though.
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the Environment Exploration course, where I'm gonna be teaching you guys some cool tricks that I use. By the way, my name is Prince Mahlangu, and I'm a concept artist based in Johannesburg, and I've been in the industry for the past 4 years. And I've worked in films, I've worked in animation, and also TV series. So I'm going to show you ways of which I do concept art and how you can actually generate ideas and explore more quicker, because the methods that I'm going to be teaching you is through using 3D and using photo bashing to just get the best way that you can and get good quality from just a concept art piece that you can work on in a couple of hours instead of working a day or two on it. So on this course right here, I have like the outline, which is 4 fundamental lessons that I'm going to be teaching you guys. So the first one is, sketching your ideas in comps and using lighting and having awesome composition as well in there to show the best frame, or I would say the best picture that you could, while still being graphic and loose. And the second one is modeling. So we're going to get into Maya. If you know any other 3D package, you don't have to try Maya out or anything like that, but you can still use Blender in other 3D packages. There's no limits on which package you want to use. I would say use whatever you're comfortable using. So you're gonna learn how to set up a shot in 3D, placing your cameras where you want them. And the third lesson, I'm gonna teach you guys how to do lighting and rendering. So here we're gonna be placing actual lights in our 3D scene. We're gonna learn a bit of basic texturing. We're not gonna be doing something complicated like UVs or anything like that. It's just gonna be basic texturing. And then also we're gonna use proper lighting in 3D just to show you guys how you can get some awesome natural looking scenes. And also when we're done doing that, you can render out different passes that can give you different advantages when you go to Photoshop. And then fourthly, we're gonna assemble the whole scene up in Photoshop, and we're gonna use photo bashing to sort of have that extra layer of texturing on top of the mesh that we just rendered. And then we're just gonna edit and adjust everything else after that. So I hope you guys enjoy the course, and thank you so much for supporting me. And yeah, let's start with the course.
Hi, I'm Gabriel, and in this new course from the IFCC Academy, I'll be sharing with you some interesting processes and techniques commonly used in the graphic design field with the help of vector graphics tools. In this case, this course content will encourage digital artists from all levels and different fields to start creating their own 2D graphics and assets, such as decals, icons, illustrations, patterns, logos, letter design, among others. using this as a new resource for a wide range of possible situations. Of course, these are topics that cannot be covered too in deep on a single course, so we'll be just focusing on practicing basic principles and workflows that you'll be able to assimilate and adapt to your own projects. So whether you're a graphic designer, concept artist, illustrator, 3D artist, or just someone developing visual work, this course content can be that new knowledge for you to start experimenting with and to add to your skill set. So yeah, happy to see you there!
Hi, Peter.
Hi.
It's good to see you.
Absolutely.
So, it's your first time actually at IFCC, right?
First time at IFCC.
How do you like it? I would love to hear.
It's warm, and people are going to definitely mention that, but it's definitely a very fantastic event, which I've done many in the last 2 years so far. One obviously being much more personal. This is a smaller show, but a small show doesn't mean it's a poor show.
Yeah, it's really great to get to meet all of these artists.
Absolutely. And not just the artists, the people. I mean, everyone's like right here. So the fact that we're all moving together in groups has been fantastic.
Yeah, like the parties we had at the beach. They're pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I think it's a great environment.
Well, it encourages to continue to get out, and it pulls people out of their shell. Like, hey, you know what? You live in your environment and you're kind of doing your own thing, but they come out here and they feel encouraged to come out and really talk.
So you did your presentation. It was 2 days ago, right?
It was,
yeah. So how did it go? I heard a lot of enthusiastic people. I mean, I was one of them.
I hope so, but the thing is, a lot of that stuff is so familiar and ingrained to me, it becomes more like an everyday talk. And people come to me and it's like, wow, you seem to know what you're talking about. And I do.
Exactly.
I've talked about it for 10 years.
Yeah.
And so it becomes where it's a normalized thing, but also a very passionate thing.
Yeah.
So I'm very much fully invested in it. And that's what I really want to show is the amount of investment I've put into this.
Yeah.
That's what it's really about.
And it really shows. And also like the amount of energy, it woke people right up. It's been really great seeing you talk actually.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But even right now, it's like I could be tired and not want to do the interview, but I've been talking to people all day for 7 hours. No,
it's like muscle memory basically.
It really is.
All right. So is there anything you would like to add?
Well, I think the only thing that people need to do is finish strong. It's like the first couple of days, people are excited to see all the artists they want to, all the events, and it's a long show.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, it's like, okay, I'm getting tired now, but you got to maintain that consistency, and if you can maintain that here, you'll carry that when you go back home.
And
that's the big thing.
So maybe we should tone down those beach parties a little bit then.
Nah, you got to go hard because you only live life once, man.
Exactly.
Right here, right now. That's all that matters.
All right, Peter. Thank you so much.
Cool, dude. Thank you, man.
It was so good to have you here.
Cool. Thank you again.
One. Okay, we are back. This time we have the fantastic Lucas Cuenca, master of ZBrush and everything related to computer graphics and whatnot. I'm just kidding a bit, but yeah, Lucas is really a master. And I don't know if you have seen his videos where he shows some of his tricks with the skin on one of his character in ZBrush. Really cool. Look for it. And yes, Lucas knows better what he can and cannot talk about, so I will let him introduce himself and tell us a little story, a little introduction about his history, and then he'll continue on with his presentation, and this will be super amazing and interesting, and stay tuned.
Hello guys, how's it going? So yeah, my name is Lucas. I work for DNEG, Double Negative. I do creatures. We do creatures for very big films. So these are some of the movies I work from: Pacific Rim, Togo, Venom, Alita. So I do creatures from concept art to shots. So everything that's involved in the creature pipeline, I kind of involve, not in rigging and that kind of stuff, but I work very close with we work very close with all departments. So I started my career 9-10 years ago. The first studio that I worked was, I'm from Argentina, so in Argentina at that time wasn't that much work for me. So I decided to travel to New Zealand. And in New Zealand, I started to search for work until I found a very good job in October Animation. And I traveled through a lot of places. I went to New Zealand, Australia, UK, and now I'm in Vancouver. So yeah, that's pretty much. I'm going to talk a little bit of how we make creatures for production. And I'm going to show some tips and tricks. And you guys, if you have any questions, if I go too fast, please let me know. Okay, cool. So let's start. So creature for production. So when we start in production, we always start with concept, right? Sometimes the concepts are done in our department, sometimes are done in my department. My department is build. In build, we do everything related production-wise, and we do concept art for creatures as well. So when we start the concept, what we get is first an idea. We try to research a mood board, show it to the client, and see how happy is the client with the mood board. The first steps, when you're in concept, my rules for do something in concept is that I always focus in shapes. For me, that's the most important part, the silhouette, primary forms. That's what is going to sell. The 70% of the character of the creature is going to be in the primary forms. It's the most important forms. I don't focus in details. Details are not important, really. Details is something that is fun to do. It adds quality to the creature, but it's not first necessity in the beginning. Also, you need to think as well. It's not just you are selling an idea, right? You are always kind of a salesman, kind of. And for selling an idea as well, you need to show many ideas, right? But it's always one idea that is the best one, or the one that is going to work. So I always try to show multiple ideas, and one of them is going to be the one that I will sell harder. Why? Because that idea is the one that is going to work for production. So, for example, if I'm doing the concept art, I do concept art, but as well, I'm not only a concept artist. I do concept art, and also I build the creatures. So I kind of know what will work and what will not. So I always try to sell the idea that will work, because it will make the life easier of everyone, right? And that's why, it's nice to plan your concepts for production also, so you can be more efficient, so you don't need to throw away stuff, right? So lots of times you go into concept art, you put a lot of things, and after, is very difficult to reuse. But if you plan a little bit, you are able to save time in concept and save time in production. So this is, for example, some of the concept art I do. This is a personal piece. I have more in my station. I do some personal work. Normally when I do personal work, it's all personal work that I do for test something. It's something that I want to learn or something that I want to try. For example, in this character, I was testing Blender. I wanted to try Blender. All the sculpt is done in ZBrush, but mostly the rigging and I did a rig for this character. I did the shading for this character all in Blender. So it's always, each concept I do, sometimes the most of the time is very fast because I work quite a lot of hours, but it's always for learning something new. And that's very important, right? You need to always learn something new. For working VFX, you always need to be up to date and train a lot. So when I started, for example, I used to work normal working hours, like 9 to 6, but I used to wake up at 5 a.m. So for many years, what I did was wake up at 5 a.m., study anatomy. And lots of that stuff I don't show it because it's just my studies, right? So drawings or clay sculpture or ZBrush or Blender or whatever, But I used to wake at 5 a.m. and and do it and work until 8. And at 8 I take a shower, I go to work. I did that for many years, and also, of course, you need to have your gaps, right? Because at some point you get burned and you don't want to touch the computer anymore. So you need to have your gaps so until you feel motivated again and you start to study again. It's very difficult to do that, the full year without stopping. So let's go to the next one. So this quality of concept is something that I will not do this kind of concept in the beginning. This quality of concept is something that I will do when I have a design 60% approved, 60-70% approved, so I can sell it. That's the idea. I start to put color and nicer renders in Keyshot and all that kind of stuff. When I have the shapes and the primary forms where the client like them, then I start to put color and I start to put nice renders and all that kind of stuff, because then it helps to sell my idea. So when we finish the concept, right, we get the first forms. We have two options, right? One option is to start to build it for production, and one option is to continue the sculpting of the creature or character, right? So which one is the best one? Well, it's not the best one. When you start to build for production, the good thing is that all the other departments can feed from it. So rigging can start testing, animation can start making animation tests, look, they can start to check shaders, into the right UVs. And so normally, ideally, when you finish the concept, you jump into topology. And topology, lots of people don't. It's very important. Topology is super important because that's the foundation of the creature, right? You can't zero mesh the creature. Probably it will work. Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's not going to work. It will work. I do it for my personal work. But when you are inside a pipeline, it's not about when you have expectations from other departments where a creature is going to get groomed, the creature is going to get rigged, the creature will need a muscle scene. Many things are going to happen in that creature that you need to have clean topology. You need to be clever where you put your edge loops, and you need to be clear how dense it's going to be, how many polygons you're going to have the face, how many polygons you're going to have in the body. your UVs are very important. For example, something for me that I always check is the requirements of each department. So rigging requirements for me is the most important part. So for example, I create UVs for look depth and texturing, but I also create UVs for rigging. Why? Because we have multiple lots, right? So if rigging needs to transfer skin weights between lots, they can use UVs. So for that UVs to work for rigging, that UVs shouldn't be smooth. So I do a new UV set where I have rigging UVs where they always retain the same shape, and one UV set for texture and look depth where the UVs are a little bit more organic. So talking about topology, I always start low, very low, because my first load, my first model is going to be a load 100. The load 100 is the lowest load. Load 200 is a low mid load, and load 300 and load 400 are the highest loads. Sometimes we don't have all of them. Sometimes we have one. Sometimes, sorry, we always have a load 100, but sometimes we have 300 and 400, or sometimes we have 1, 2, and 3. So it's not a rule for every creature. Depends of what we need and how much geometry we have in the creature. So I always start very low. I try to be clever with the edge loops, checking rigging requirements, manage your loads. You need to know how many loads you're going to have, and also you need to know that each load that you add is extra work. So you need to maintain each one of that loads. That means when you change something in ZBrush, you change a point position of a vertex, that point position of the vertex needs to be transferred to all the other loads. So you need to be clear for that. I'm going to show a trick of that later. So we talk about UV sets. You're going to have, sometimes you get 2 UV sets, sometimes you get 4 UV sets. That depends of the creature as well. Something very important, point order, point position. I'm going to explain that because that's something that is super important. So what is point order? Well, point order, each one of these vertex, have a number. That number is the number that rigging requires for retained skinning. What is point position? Point position is just where the point is in the space. So that can be updated all the time. That doesn't matter. We can be at the end of the show and we can update point position. That's not a big deal. Point order, on the other hand, is a big deal. It's a no-no. Point order is something that we try not to change. So if we go here into display, no, sorry, let's see, display. Polygons, vertices. You're going to see that each one of them have a number, right? And that's very important. Why is very important? Because this load, this is my load 100. This is not production creature. This is something I did for myself, but it will suffice for the example. So this is my load 100. This is my load 200, and this is my load 300, right? Each one of them is one subdivision extra. But all of them are showing the same point order, apart of the ones that are extra. So if I have point 1001 here, this point is 1001, I'm going to find that point at 1001 here. So that's a good thing, because load 300 is going to be my main load. This is the render mesh. This is the mesh that we will render at the end. So what happened? That if I take my load 300 and I move something, let's do something better. If I take my load 300 and I do a change into my model, so, well, how you transfer that into, well, you can do it by UVs, you can do, no, you can't do it by topology with the normal Maya tools. But what you can do is do a plane shape. You need to always uncheck in between. Check topology. If you uncheck topology, and you go here, and you boom, boom. And the same for the load 100. And that only happens just because the point order is the same. But that's super important. That's going to save you a lot of times, lot of time to updating models and being able to manage your loads. So let's see, let's go back. Okay. Point order, point position, plan for body and face deformation. That's super important. Normally, you know, plane shapes is a very complex department. It's a department. It's a very complex, very complex department. It's very linked with rigging, and it's very based in topology. So you need to have the right amount of geometry in the face to be able to get nice expressions. I will explain much more about that, but it's always good to plan and test it. Okay, so also another thing that we do all the time is, depending on the creature, if the creature is going to be a photoreal creature, we always start with a skeleton. So let's say if I need to do a proper dog or a proper mouse or whatever, you know, if I need to do a real life creature that needs to be super realistic, I will start with a skeleton, and I will start placing the muscles. But it's not for the only thing. Also, for muscle simulation, we need to build the skeleton and the muscles, right? I'm going to show, actually, I have a couple of links here. So if we go to example, I didn't do this example. I wanted to try bring one of the ones that I did by myself, but I wasn't able to show stuff this time. This is in the webpage of Siva. Siva is a great muscle simulation software. And here's pretty much what we do, right? So we create the skeleton, and after we create the muscles. And these muscles are going to be simulated into the skin. Sometimes you have a layer of fat, sometimes you don't. And you can see that you get jiggle, you get sliding of skin, you get the muscles, and you know, this is amazing. This helps so much, you know. This is a fantastic example. If I not this will be, yeah, that's a fat pass. That's a muscle sim. And let's see the final. You know, this is super good. The only thing is that sometimes doesn't work. Sometimes doesn't work completely. This is very good for routine volumes and that kind of stuff. But sometimes in shots where we have very big deformations or very fast deformations, it doesn't work 100%. So in that case, we shot sculpt. It's a lot of shows where we shot sculpt a lot. And I will explain that in a little bit, but keep it in there. So bony landmarks. So bony landmarks are the marks. What we use is that, for example, if we have a scan, right, and we have the skeleton, we are going to try to match the skeleton to that bony landmarks. For example, elbows, scapula, or clavicles. And from there, we start to place the muscles. It's very important that you learn your anatomy. Anatomy is super important. And it's something that you need to be learning all the time. It's something that if you stop studying it, you forget how to do it. For making the muscles, simple and clean geometry, no weird geometry, very clean. You know, even polygons, clean. And no intersections of muscles with the skeleton and the skin. So that's, you know, you don't want that the muscle intersect with the bones, and you don't want that the muscle geometry intersect with the skin. It's always under the skin. And in top of the muscle, you need to think that you're going to have probably a fat layer as well. So nothing of that needs to be intersecting. I'm going to show a project. I can show this because it was an interview done in internet by the VFX supervisor of Togo. This is one of the movies I lead the modeling of this one. And we did very realistic dogs. So what you can see here in this first image, this is the real dog. And the second image is the sushi dog. So in this one, we work very hard to make the dogs look as real as possible. And this one has muscle sim, have grooming. It's a very complex asset because you have so many things happening in this creature. You know, you have physics for the hair, you have grooming, you have look depth, you have modeling, you have blend shapes. I create a fact setup for the dogs. You have a lot of things there because the dog, the animators need to be able to get all the expressions. So this was making hyper realistic things. Creatures is very, very complex. It involves a lot of departments. So let's go back. Next one. Okay, this is very important. Make it work. So, you know, when you're working a creature, first make it work, and after you make it look nice. Make it work is the most important part because you will never show the creature in one frame. You will show it in all the shots. You will show it in motion. So it's very important to make it work for all the departments. Animation needs to be happy, rigging needs to be happy, look depth needs to be happy, everyone needs to be happy. And as well, you are selling an idea as well. You are selling your model, you are selling to all these departments, you are selling to your supervisor and to the other departments, and then to the VFX supervisor. And the VFX supervisor sells to the client, right? But you need to be on all the departments, you need to try to sell the idea to the departments so they're with you. So they are happy how you're handling the stuff in a way that they will be able to get the best work from there, you know? So if you have very good topology, rigging will be able to make an amazing rig. And if rigging can do an amazing rig, animation can do an amazing animation. So it's very interconnected. It's not that you just do the stuff. No. You need to deliver stuff in a way that everyone can do the best work. So for make it work, we test motion. Range of motions of the creature, see how the topology works in the range of motion. Test blend shapes, make always some fast blend shapes just to test that the topology is going to work. You're going to get enough topology for the wrinkles. That's super important. Test UV maps. Ask texturing. Hey guys, you are going to use procedurals. The amount of tiles is okay. The amount of the cuts are okay for you. Test it. And of course, all the time, double check all the departments. Double check that everything is okay for them. Everything is working for them. Let's see if okay, cool. And when we make it work, now it's time that we make it look awesome. For make it look awesome, well, we do a lot of things. We sculpt, we texture, we look depth, and we groom. ZBrush is amazing. But ZBrush is not. You're not making just a model in ZBrush and after it's done. Sculpt is one step. You need to understand that unless you work for 3D printing or something like that, in VFX, sculpt is only one step. And it's a step that you can be updating constantly. That's why I say make it work first, because that's all of this is the foundation of the creature. Make it look awesome. That's always is it's not easier, but you can always make it look better. So with Sculpt, we do textures, look, dev, and grooming. For Sculpt, I use ZBrush. For me, you have lots of software. You have ZBrush. Now you have Blender that can do pretty cool stuff. You have Madbox. Madbox for production is better than ZBrush, but sculpting ZBrush is amazing. And also something that ZBrush have that another software doesn't is that ZBrush always have a way to cheat it. If something if something's not going to work in another software, well, in ZBrush probably cheating the software a little bit, you can make it work. So I feel very comfortable with ZBrush, and sculpting the feeling of sculpting ZBrush is probably the best. It's not another software that you get the same feeling. Textures, well, for textures we use Clarice, we use Substance. I love Substance. The only problem with Substance is, for example, here in a personal project I'm doing, when taking this kaiju and texturing, because I'm doing an animation where the kaijus are fighting and that kind of stuff. And I like to use Substance. It's faster, for my personal stuff, Substance is great. Now, for production, it's a bit limited because we have 300 tiles, UDIMs. So Substance can't paint between UDIMs, and that's a problem. So normally we use it. We bake maps from Substance, or we get some materials from Substance, but we need to go to Mari because Mari is a bit more powerful at the moment. Hopefully, in the next updates, Substance gets up to date with that stuff, and we can use it more. But Substance is faster. I found each time, for what takes me an hour in Mari, it takes me 10 minutes in Substance. For look dev, you can use any software. They're all great. In Dine, we use Clarice, but look dev, you can use Clarice, you can use Blender. Blender have some amazing stuff. You can look dev in Arnold. It's a lot of very good, nice renderings. So, and grooming, I also something very important. When you do creatures and you want to focus in creatures, right? Don't focus only in one step. You need to understand the full pipeline. You need to understand from concept to shots. It's very important that, because that will mean that you will be helpful all the way around. So, for example, I don't do grooming. Yeah, but I understand the basics of grooming. In my day-to-day job, I will not groom, but I know how to do it to an extent that I understand the needs of grooming. The same with look dev. I don't look dev that work that much, but I understand the need of it. I look dev in my personal work, yes, but at work I am always focused more in modeling. Is a very long. It's a very big part. It's a very long part of the project because you have so many things to do. Concept, topology, plane shape, shot sculpt. That probably I end modeling when the show is almost not finished, but when shots are already going. So for sculpting in ZBrush, I use a lot of things. But it's two brushes that I use the most. One is two personal brushes, really. I did a brush that's called LC Standard. You can find it in Gumroad. It's for free. I'm just not charging for that. So you can download it for free. Let me see if I can. If this doesn't crash. Okay, cool. So let's go one step down. So this brush is pretty cool. I love it because I can, let's see, okay. It helps me to generate wrinkles very fast, and get surface details super fast. It's not a very complex brush, right? But it helps me to sharpen my sculpt a lot, because even to make dry skin, that is something that is normally, that it's not that easy to create, because you always get, when you sculpt, these soft edges. I just, go in the other way, and I just sharpen, and I get just a dry skin feeling in my sculpt surface. So for example, if I get here, you can notice it already did for this creature, right? That looks more like a dry skin there. So I use a lot this brush, like a lot. And also use it for things like bones and hard surface stuff, because, oh shit, sorry. So if let me see, go one up. So the model is a bit heavy, and I think that my machine is using too many resources. Come on, okay, cool. So let's go to an area that is hard. So if I go with this brush and I just, bump the intensity and bump the hardness, I can very easily, let's see, here I have more geometry. Very close to the face. Right here. All this breakout that we have here is done with the same brush. So I can go super deep. Come on. So I can go super deep and make broken things and, start to break the geometry. And the nice thing is that it doesn't break in the edges, like other brushes that breaks in the edges. I can just cut the edges, and I don't have any problem with that. So this is a brush that I really like to use. The second one is much more simple. It's just clay build up, but I use it with 3 alphas that I did. Pixel 2020 C alphas, and no, this is the startup alphas. That's just triangles. And why? Well, because it helps me to get muscle striations, so the feeling of muscles, right? So let's go here, for example. I start to get the feeling that I'm sculpting the muscles. So and the most of the time, I get a lot of happy accidents with it. So I get that, and I start to smooth, and I like how these striations looks there. And after I go with this standard brush and my brush, and oh, sorry, too hard. I start to create the wrinkles, and I maybe create a bigger brush, and just to get much more fat wrinkles. I start to get something pretty fast. Okay, so let me jump to the next thing. If not, I can be all day doing that. Sculpting. Okay, as we talked before, the development don't finish in ZBrush. Is lots of more steps. You can, for detailing the creature, you can use HD geometry, splitting, or you can use the two of them. I have a couple of tricks if you go into my ArtStation or YouTube channel, or the YouTube channel, and I try to do some videos time to time, but I don't have a lot of time sometimes. So here is a video that I show how to cheat HD geometry. So you can use HD as a normal ZBrush tool. So take a look. It's very difficult to explain it, so it's very technical. But if you have any doubts, just watch it and let me know, and I will answer. And here is another one, like how fixing post models, and this is using mesh, intersecting alphas, and just some skin sliding. I will show this trick because that's something that I always like to show. Okay. Splitting of balls. Okay, yeah. Okay, here is where you focus in secondary shapes and tertiary shapes, and to clean up primary shapes. I'm going to explain what is that. So primary forms are the forms that define the main character, volume, and mass, right? Secondary forms are the forms that to add complexity to the primary forms, and they will define the flow of the character or creature, and they shouldn't overpower the primary forms. That means that when you add the secondary forms, you will not notice them that much in silhouette, right? It will not change the silhouette of the primary forms. Tertiary forms are the subforms that add complexity to the secondary forms. They will define what kind of quality the surface or sculpture have. And the surface detail is a high frequency data that will help you add realism or subtleties to your sculpture. So tertiary forms is when you start to get the feeling of leather, skin, plastic, that's where tertiary forms are focused. And secondary forms are more about big wrinkles, add shapes to the primary forms. So now, XYZ maps, yes. So we all know and we all love XYZ maps. I really like them, but I don't use them. I use them, but I don't overuse them. So, for example, if I'm doing a digidouble, I will use XYZ maps. If I'm doing a lizard, something with scales, I will definitely use XYZ maps. Now, if I'm making a creature, I try to use them, but at the end. I try to get most of my detail, my tertiary forms, into the sculpt. Because, if for with XYZ, you're using maps. And you're painting that maps. So you're getting attached to what the information in the map is, right? What is great, is cool. But in my personal opinion, or in my case, I'm always getting better results, getting lots of my detail in ZBrush, lots of my sculpting, lots of my tertiary forms in detail in ZBrush, where I can be creative. I can, I can do whatever I want. I'm not attached to any map or anything. And later, I just use XYZ, paint an XYZ map in Mari, where I only use the high frequency. You can always use, normally XYZ, you have a red, green, and blue. Each one of them have a higher frequency. Red normally is the lowest frequency of the two of them. And you take the red, you painted the Mari, and you can bring it in ZBrush and start to blend between the two of them. And sometimes you get something nice, or sometimes, you decide, okay, I will not use the red one. I will just use the green and blue, so I get the extra frequency in there. But if you're doing digidoubles, you will need, you use them straight away. It's a no-brainer. But if you are doing a Coco trial, of course, use them. You don't want to sculpt by hand 3,000 scales. I did it before, and it's not very fun. So with XYZ, you can save a lot of time. But now, if you're doing something like a kaiju or something like that, well, I like to put my own ideas into the wrinkles, and I'll give them my own quality into them. But I will always use them. In a small or in a big amount, I will try to use them. They help a lot. They're great. Displacements or vectors? Well, this is a question always, right? What is better, a displacement or a vector? Well, the vectors are better. Vectors are much better. But displacements are more efficient. And displacements are easier to blend in look depth. So unfortunately, I only use vectors nowadays when I know that the topology will not support, that shouldn't, but sometimes the topology, sometimes we have changes where they are in the last minute, and we can do the topology for the creature. So we will need to rely in vectors to get the displacement. because vectors can do something that displacement can't. So vectors work in RGB, right? So you can create a mushroom from a map, right? Where displacements are always going in one direction. They just go up. Vectors goes every direction. So that's the amazing thing about vectors. And the only problems that are at the moment is they're pretty difficult to blend correctly. You can blend them, but it's not correct. But it's very difficult to blend them correctly. It's a very mathematical thing that I don't know, but it doesn't work that good. So nowadays I'm trying to use this displacement and vectors only when I know that look, they will not need to use another displacement apart of my one. Updating your lots. Okay, this is very important as well. When you publish your lots, you have lot 100, 200, 300, right? You never replace that model, right? If you do a sculpt in ZBrush, you don't bring that model and replace it and publish it. No. You transfer the points from ZBrush into your model, and then you publish it. You don't want to replace your published lot. If the topology didn't change and nothing like that, you don't want to, it's only point position changes and shape changes, well, then you never replace your lots. You always transfer them. So you bring your model from ZBrush, you go into Maya. I mean, it's a script. I have a script that transfer by topology, but it's pretty much the same that. So let's say if I do this, change this. Sorry. And now is the form. So you can go here, mesh, transfer attributes. And here you can transfer lots of things, UVs or different stuff. But you change per position, and you can do it by topology, by word, or not. I mean, word you can't use because word is needs to be the points in the same place. So you can do UVs, or you can do the UVs are going to be all the same. So probably you can do UVs, done. Or you can do topology and the same. Topology takes a little bit more of time normally, but this is low, so it doesn't take it. So why you don't replace the lots? Well, because ZBrush sometimes when you reconstruct, for example, let's say that you reconstruct solution levels in ZBrush. Well, ZBrush changed the point order. Also your UVs are going to be different because the smoothing algorithm in ZBrush is different than the smoothing algorithm in Maya. So always retain your solutions. I always try to retain my solutions in Maya, and when I bring, and also you lose UV sets in ZBrush. So my published models, I don't touch them. I just transfer the changes into them, because if in my load 300 is always going to be the load that's going to be in ZBrush. So I will transfer everything to this one, and this load will transfer everything to these ones, because I can blend shape them together, right? Because we talk about the point position. Okay, so you can always do that. That's what in the way that I always work. In that way, I don't get any usage changes, no naming convention changes, no point order changes. It's very safe. Okay, let's transfer your points. Okay, keep your render mesh up to date with your displacement. Yeah, that's very important. So if you change something in ZBrush, like you did an extra wrinkle or everything you did, it will change the position of the point in space, right? That means that when you go to the load 300, your position will shift a little bit or a lot, right? And when you export your displacement, you're exporting from that load. Yeah, always exporting from the load that you render, right? If you render 300, you export from load 300. So you always need to keep your render mesh up to date with the ZBrush mesh. So if the load 300 is the render mesh, you always take your ZBrush mesh, transfer the points, export displacement. So your points need to be 1-to-1. So in that way, you get the best displacement. You don't get artifacts, you don't get nothing. You get the best displacement. Something I do before exporting displacement, I take the highest solution level in ZBrush, I delete my UVs, I export the highest solution level, and I import it in Matbox. Why? Because Matbox is very good to check for geometry problems. So if you have any geometry problem, Matbox will show it to you. And I have only 15 minutes, so I need to get fast. Because I want to show a lot in a bit of short school. That is something that I don't get show a lot. So Fact Setup. Okay, so Fact Setup, here is a link to Fact Setups. Okay, so this will explain a little bit what's the Fact Setup. So Fact Setup is different expressions it's a set of facial muscle movements that correspond to a display emotion. He say it better than me. And that's what we do for characters and creatures. We create fact setups. Sometimes we make corrections also for the rig. So if you have a control here and it's moving the lip and that lip don't looks good, we correct it. And this is a very complex department. This is something that gets a lot of work done. This gives life to a lot of things. Gives realism into the faces. It gets very complex, and you need to learn a lot for make it properly. So yeah, study the face, super important. Skin sliding. Okay, I'm going to do it fast. It's a video in there that you guys can see that I will probably it will be explained slower. But skin sliding is the movement of skin when you have muscle movement. So this, for example, is a lip stretcher, right? It's a very 5 minutes mention. So please. So you can see that the skin is not sliding on top of it. Yeah, it's just moving the polygons. So what I will do is go to morph target. Morph target, delete morph target, store morph target. Create a new layer. And I'm going to take the move brush, something like intensity of 10. And I'm going to start to move these polygons from the areas I think that the skin is going to slide. I'm going to do it more than normal so you guys can see what's going on. Okay, something like that. Fast. Let's do something a little bit here as well. I always like to show this because it's like a tool that is hiding ZBrush and it doesn't get used that much. So when you have that, yeah, what you do is project morph. Never do 100% because it will break everything. Just do it by percentages until it doesn't change anymore. Okay, something like that. And now, if I do this, you can see that the skin is moving. Let's put a texture because the texture is easier to see. So if I have the texture here, oh, okay. So you can see that the skin is moving, but the geometry is not changing, right? So when I get this, I come here, I will merge these two. And when I run them together, you get the feeling of a sliding skin on top of the muscles. Yeah, cool. Let's go to the next thing. So wrap-free is what we use for wrap scans. So it's Russian 3D scanner. Very nice software. I use it a lot for a lot of things. It's not only just for wrapping plane shapes. You can use it for a lot of things. So it's great for wrapping scans, for transfer geometry, create plane shapes. I use it a lot. It's a wrap software. It's very, very good and very powerful. Mesh 3D. I'm going to talk about Mesh in 1 minute. Tension shapes. Tension shapes are the shapes that we do when sometimes we take the body of the creature and we create tension. Yeah, so we can get and we paint masks so later animators can trigger that tension. And in top of it, we get the muscle scene. So we can make all of that work together. And body shapes are lots of times when we need the mass. We need a range of motion, and sometimes the rig is not able to get the perfect deformation. So then we do a ROM, an animation ROM, where we have different, poses, and we make blend shift for each one of them. And so then it corrects the rig when the rig is running. And on top of that, we got get the muscles in. So shot sculpt. Shot sculpt is something that not lots of people knows, but shot sculpt is when the shots are done, when it's the last time that you can fix or improve stuff. So shot sculpt is not for fixing, in my opinion. It's more for improving. You will fix a little bit, but it's more for improving, for giving extra life to the creature. It's not always fun. I'm not going to say that it's fun, because it's not always fun, but it could be very fun, and you can learn a lot from it. You learn a lot from the rigging perspective, the CFX perspective, and you learn a lot of anatomy and motion. And for this software, we use Mesh 3D. Mesh 3D, in my opinion, is the best shot sculpt software in the market at the moment. It's done by, it's not because it's done by my one of my best friends. It's just because it's amazing. It was developed by Luis Elias, and this software is fantastic. I'm going to show it right now. So I have the elephant here. Yeah. Marco, can we have 5 extra minutes? So
just let me check. 5 minutes?
Yeah, five. Whatever you can give me.
7 minutes?
Yeah, perfect.
7.5. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. Let me know if anyone have any question.
I suggest you join the Discord server later.
Okay.
And leave it open, so because you can join the voice channel there.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah,
Cool.
that's the best and most easiest option.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, so let's start with this one. So this is the animation. Yeah. This is what we normally will get in when we do shot sculpt, right? We get a creature, and we will want to fix it. I use it a lot for fixing poses for my sculpts, for my concepts. So I will try to show that as well. All right. So in this tool, what you can do, you can have shapes. Oh, here. So you can plug here your shapes. Normally the shapes is going to be the poses that are working very good, and your rest pose that is a neutral, right? So this pose is the most important one, because this pose is the one that is going to drive all the fixes. You can just run it there, right? I will leave it there, and I will touch it because this is the rest pose I'm going to use. You can see that all of it is broken there. So I will create a mesh. This is a delta mesh that is very powerful in this software. I'm going to mask. Let's create a mask, blur the mask, and put some iterations. 200. Oops, sorry, I put like 100,000. It's going to die. Oh. Don't die. Don't die. Oh, come on.
Freezing?
Yeah. Let me see if it's because I put too many numbers.
Yeah.
So I give it.
I guess you can shut it down and open again, right?
Yeah. Sometimes it survives, but let's create a new one while we wait. See if I can much free. Oh, it survived. Oh, no, it's a new one. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, it's here. Yeah, it's here. It's back. Okay, cool. It's back. This software is very good because it's GPU, so it gets super fast. So this will fix all that area in all the animation. So you can see that is working there, but if you go to you unmute everything, you see that it's broken, right? So it's fixing all my animation. Something that you can also do in top, you can put some cloth, for example. So this is it's a cloth solver that what it do is check for how much the polygons are stretching, and it creates wrinkles in the motion of the stretching. So if we put something like that, I'm going to do it very fast, but let's put one more 0. Okay, cool. When we play this, you can guys see what's happening, right? So that's super cool, because that means that I can put in also in top of it, I can put a jiggle. If I put a jiggle, what I'm going to get is some kind of the idea of the simulation of muscle. So it's super fun. It's some shows, a couple of shows back, we had a show that wasn't working that very good for all the shots, the muscle sim, and we shot sculpt. We did all the simulation with shot sculpt with this software. So now when you run it, you can see how the feeling of the muscle there, boom, boom. So you can start to get things very, very good, very interesting things. So we have 3 or 4 minutes. Let me see if I can do something else. Also, you have you need to create a sculpt layer each time that you want to sculpt. So you can, you have clay brush, you have standard brush, move brush, all that brushes. You have a clone brush that is amazing, because the clone brush does something similar to the mesh, but it does it in the layer. So it will take a look into the see if I can grab it. Windows, show shapes. It will take a look into the shape, yeah. It will try to clone it, but it's not morph. Don't. It's not morph like in ZBrush. What it's doing is in tangent space, so it will not go back to that pose. It's actually taking a look into the points and seeing and trying to bring them to the position, a relative position, and you can start to fix things. Another thing that you can do is you have also a wrinkle brush. That's pretty cool. You can create wrinkles in the mesh. It will go in the direction of the topology. So you can start to create wrinkles. You can smooth the wrinkles, and all of that will go all the way into the animation. And if you don't want it, you can animate it. So you go up, here I want it again, and here I don't want it. And you can do that with everything. You can do that with the cloth as well. Say, oh, here it's not looking very good. I like how it looks here. So until here, I like it. Here, I don't like it. It's not looking cool. So I'm going to start to take it down. And let's go. And here, I want it here as well. So here you bring it back. So you can start to do all that kind of stuff. It's super, super cool. I'm going to show another thing. I think that we have 3 or 4 more minutes. So this is just cool. Sorry, I wanted to show more, but I'm running out of time. But one more thing. This tool has something very good. Sorry, I don't know if you guys noticed. I kind of love this tool. I use it for blend shapes all the time because it helps me to fix all the problems I have in meshes, right? So it's not just for short school. For me, it's for blend shapes. I do everything. For example, I do an animation of all my blend shapes. I run that blend shapes in the animation, and I go into all of them after wrapping. Let's say I have a scans for blend shapes, right? So I get expression scans from the actors. I wrap that faces into the scans. I create an animation, and I go into this tool and I start to clean them up all together. So sometimes one cleanup can fix 5 or 6 blend shapes. So, you can start animating and fixing all together, and you can get a full set of FAC setup with 300-400 blend shapes in hours. Something very cool as well is a mask. So you can mask areas. And if you invert the mask, you can also, let's say that you don't have time and you need to fix the animation, right? But fix the animation means that you need to go to the animation department, but sometimes we don't have time for that, right? So you can come here and say, okay, you know what? I'm going to rotate the mesh a little bit. I need to rotate the leg a little bit more. Okay, done. Oh, you know what? I'm going to also move it a little down. Okay. And I don't want that to happen here. I just want that to happen here. And here it should be something like that. And here, when it goes down there, I want it again. And it needs to be in tangent. So this is something that could happen, that something breaks, but if something breaks, it's not a problem as well, because you can always come say, okay, it's breaking here. Yeah, that's a problem. Let's see if I tangent. Okay, yeah, cool. That's working now. Well, always try to because this is doing everything in tangent space, right? So that's very cool. And the last thing I want to show very fast, if I can, I'm going to create a new scene. Import Alembic. I'm going to IFCC Croatia, IFCC, school elephant walk here. So in this one, for example, this is not an animation, yeah? It's two creatures with different poses, right? And these poses, let's say that this is a diorama that I want to do in ZBrush, right? But I didn't want to rig it. Well, I did a very fast rig, but you can see that all of this got a very big bad deformation. If you go from here to here, I mean, this is not looking good, right? So what you can do, you can come here and fix all of it, and it will take
Lucas, I have to kill you, but only virtually. So
okay.
Say hello to people and join us in Discord.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes. Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much. So
and we'll be in touch soon. Yeah.
Hi everyone. My name is Yang Tian, and I'm here to show you a costume design demo today. And this session has been pre-recorded, and you can see the final design over here on my right. So basically, I will be playing the video, and I will be talking through it. And here we go. So the first part, you can see me sketching out the actress's face. What happens is that this costume design, I'm sort of assuming that I'm working for a maybe a live action film, or maybe a sorry, there's a delay, so I'm confused with my own voice. Because there's a delay, so yeah, I'm hearing myself 5 seconds later, so it's interrupting me talking. Okay, hang on. I think that's the one. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Is it? Yeah, it's playing. Okay, so over here I am looking at the actress's face and doing a study. So I'm pretending that I'm designing this costume for this actress. Her name is Juju, if you don't know her. But basically, so I wanted the final to look like her. So it's as if I'm creating this costume design for her, and to show whoever, my imaginary director or my imaginary art director, that how this would look on her. Even though later in the design you can see that the mask is gonna cover her up. But anyway, I did go through the process of just studying her face, and make it as as close as possible for the demo. Yeah, right now there's nothing, I guess, super advanced, just doing the study of her face and in Photoshop. Not sure if I should fast forward this, and yeah. I'm not sure if anyone's asking me any questions. I have the Discord open, but I can only hear myself talking right now, so yeah. So I didn't want to spend forever on doing the head study, but just sort of close enough that people knows it's her. And also, this head is going to be, just very small on the costume design. So, yeah, I'm gonna shrink it down eventually, and you'll see in a second. Actually, I'm just gonna skip through a little bit because that's basically it. And then over here, I started looking at her body just so that I can get a sense of her figure, and so that the clothes would look like it actually fits on her. As you can see, like, I don't really have the best resources to study her figure. But I just get a rough idea because eventually her clothes is gonna cover all that up. But at least I want to get a sense of it's for her and it's relatively her body proportion. Right now I basically just need to sketch out a mannequin so that I can just fit the clothes on top. But yeah, just go through that real quick. Oh, sorry. But yeah, you can see that's where I'm studying her figure. And then I get to the design where I'm actually doing costume design now. So what I like to do is essentially, because this design is also a sort of Asian-based costume design, I want it to be kind of like space opera, kind of sci-fi, but still kind of maybe looks like a futuristic sci-fi costume. Maybe it could appear in like something kind of like Star Wars or Guardian of the Galaxy kind of thing, which you can see reference over there on the bottom. So what I like to do is to do thumbnails based on those design elements that I'm seeing on the screen. And over here, I'm using some symmetry tools in Photoshop because a lot of the like queen type of design, they're all kind of symmetrical, because symmetrical aesthetic gives you a sense of like being something grand, or like, you know, in a throne room, it's always symmetrical. So over here, this is how I like to think of my design, because it's very graphical. I don't worry too much about the lighting or the body forms or whatever, just solving one problem at a time right now. So I just want to make sure that the design reads from a very sort of rough standpoint. And over here, I'm just using a very sort of rough brush so that I don't get into designing little details of everything. I just, the brush lets me, like, I basically cannot go refine the shapes too much because it's a very weird shaped brush. So over here, after I did the first one, I did a second one. This is where, yeah, I'm still using the symmetrical tool, and I was trying to play around with, should I give her pants or should I give her dress? Does she have a cape? But you can see that a lot of my design elements is still coming from all the references. Is this going okay? I'm just checking. Yeah, so over here I was I was trying to maybe still have her wearing a, I don't know, pants or jumpsuit, because it might feel a bit more sci-fi, and trying more shapes on the top. Over here, yeah, it's just messy and playing around with whatever I can think of. Yeah, so those thumbnails are generally for me, not really to show any clients or anything, but yeah. So you can also see the color palette comes from the Chinese costume on the top left. And then over here, I'm doing a third one. And I started with, you know, crazy black shapes. And trying to, and I think over here I was just looking at the middle one, the model, and then I just really wanted to have like a cape. I think I wanted to play around with that idea, and adding more, like, I wanted it to have like a sort of like very sci-fi shape, but also having some sort of softer, delicate shapes, just to show that it's very like the sort of queen setting where it's all very luxurious. I can see that there's something happening in Discord right now, but since I'm playing this demo, I can't really check. Sorry in advance if you were asking some questions. And over here, I placed all the thumbnails that I did on the screen, and I was basically just playing with it a bit more to, and then I can select which one I want to go for. I think I liked the idea where she's wearing a mask in front of her face, so that you can still kind of see her face, but you can't really see entirely her face. And over here, I just take the thumbnail and then I was just gonna place it on the body. So, and then I can do the refinement over here. I'm adjusting the perspective. And then, you know, just so that she's kind of already wearing it, wrapping around her body. And obviously I need to change a lot. And so this process just sort of gives me like something to begin with very fast. Even though you can see I still got tons of work to do and so much to refine, but here's something that I can sort of, maybe after I play with this a bit more, this is where I can maybe show my art director or someone else that, hey, here's my idea for this actress. What do you think? But at least you can see that you can get an idea of what I'm trying to do. Yeah, so just putting things on her body, and I need to fix a lot of issues and trying to make it still look like it's on her, not on anyone else. And from my sketch, you know, it's a very rough sketch, and I was just playing around with the graphic of it. I didn't really follow her body too much because I don't want that to limit me. But now I think it needs to be more form fitting. It should looks like she's wearing it. Yeah, so I was just going through it, and over here I was like, should I have her legs in front, like one of her legs in front of the other? But then I think it just doesn't look right. And since it's in a cape and everything, I just, you know, go with the dress and go with the straight kind of look. And still fixing a bit more, still roughing out stuff. I can see there's 2 notifications on my Discord. I'm not sure if I should check. It's very tempting. And at the same time, I keep my thumbnail sort of say on the left, just so that I keep reminding myself to not lose what I liked about that. But obviously, I still need to make lots of changes to like a lot of those stuff are not worked out. If I gave this to any 3D artist or costume designer, they'll be like, whoa, what's going on? So now it's where the problem solving really happens. I just need to figure out what materials these shapes actually are, what kind of objects they actually are. And seems like it's pausing for a little second here, or maybe the process is too small, so you can't really see what's going on. Oh, okay. well, let's just jump ahead a little bit. So here's where I was trying to design her face mask. So instead of drawing her face again, I just, used her face from some photos. Even though I could just use her photos for the previous angle, but I wanted to draw it for a better final presentation, I guess. And also, this is a demo. I don't know if if I'm gonna be in trouble because it's not an official design, and I'm just using a actress's photo on my art. And in an actual project, obviously they can provide you the actress's photo, and maybe they will even do a photo shoot for you where they will do a photo shoot anyway, and then you will be able to get some resources from that, and that'll be much easier. But yeah, just me here with my internet, just trying to find the best resources as much as I can. And also, it was actually funny that I picked this actress because I really enjoyed her role in the Netflix series Marco Polo, and I thought she was like the blue princess in there, and I thought she looked really pretty, and so I just thought it might be cool to draw her. But then once I started doing this, and when I was doing research, it was really difficult to find her photo. I'm like, oh man, I should have picked someone that's like got photos everywhere. Anyway, so over here, my reference is actually on another screen at this point, but there's still basically some Chinese stuff. But then I was trying to make everything look a bit more sci-fi. So a lot of those shapes are like a combination of Chinese traditional pattern and like sci-fi shape. And over here, like the sci-fi shape is basically more triangular and hexagon kind of looking shapes. And basically I was doing those, how the Chinese window frames looks like. And I had that on my screen, which you will actually see in a bit later, in the video later. But over here, I just want to get a sense of metal. And that's where I switched on the Photoshop layer thing. And then I sketched it over, and I grabbed pieces and put it on where the mask is supposed to be on her face. And you can see I'm just grabbing everything that I sketched from the whatever, what do you call it, the front view, and then putting it into perspective again, and trying to reconnecting them. And here's where it's all about solving problems, and here I'm solving the design, sort of solving the perspective problem. And you can see, and then I sort of went, okay, I cannot just do it from the front for this hair thing. So and I got a pretty good base already, so right now I'm just sketching it as I go, and sort of designing it based on my underlay stuff. And also, I'm definitely gonna remove whatever the rough part is later. And basically, it's just gonna be a headpiece that kind of looks like it's Asian culture inspired, but also it's kind of sci-fi. And you can see there's my window reference, and I was just playing around with those shapes more. And essentially, after I set up my first sort of, these are the shapes that I'm gonna be using, then I just work from there, and I just wanna echoing the design throughout the whole costume so that it's consistent and it doesn't, like I don't keep creating different stuff. And over here, I'm just placing it on her sort of shoulder bits. I wanted to look like kind of military in a sense, like, you know, those shoulder, huge shoulder panels that always makes you look a bit more like you're like a well-respected figure. And supposedly she's kind of like a queen in here. And yeah, so I wanted to design that shoulder piece. And yeah, over here I was just really just designing it as I go. And also this is a demo, so I just did this one design, but in a real life scenario, obviously after I finish whatever I have here, I would go talk to my director or art director and show them what I have, and then be like, hey, like I would do several of them instead of just one. And this, in this demo, it's just one process. And on the Chinese screen, there's on the Chinese window reference, there's actually a few more, but it's got cut off from the video recording. But yeah, hopefully it's gonna show up later. But that's the kind of windows I was looking at. I can see so much going on in chat. It says it's 61 new messages, and like, what's going on? Yeah, just adding some shadows on her mask and you know, like differentiate it a bit more from the head, and as if it's like in front of her face rather than just like stick to her face. I think my demo is till 11:45, so I might need to speed up a little bit, but you can basically see over here where I'm just defining what's going on with her face. And this demo is speeded up, by the way. This demo, initially it took me about 6 or 7 hours from the start to what I presented in the end. But in the end, the concept is something that I would present to someone else, or even a bit before that, I would present it to someone else just to get an idea of what's going on. But you know, this is a demo, so and yeah, so I'm just gonna go a little faster. As you can see, I was when I was sketching these out, I was also comparing it to the previous thumbnails that I did, and I thought over here it was starting to get too busy. And I was trying to group the sort of colors a bit more. Yeah, now that in retro perspective, I would say I should have probably make it a little bit more simple over here. But yeah, it's a work in process. And over here, I was just adding a bit more of those kind of Chinese patterns on her collar, because I was trying to get these shape back in here. And I was just wanted some more curvy elements. And then that's kind of like the Chinese button. I don't know, the tie. I don't know what you call it in English. But anyway, just wanted to have some kind of embroidery sort of thing to reference the sort of Chinese Asian look a bit more. And keep going, and then sketching out a bit more on her shoulder. Just a lot of change, a lot of sketching, erase, and that's sort of the everyday kind of thing. More refine. And the rest of the whole video is basically me sitting there and refining everything and sort of try to render out everything. Just there's nothing really to talk about too much. But that's basically the process. Just working out on her waist. I want to make sure that it also sort of helps to flatter her figure a bit more. If you remember some of the reference earlier, a lot of the Chinese costume, they are not costume like the ancient kind of clothing. They are all very sort of lots of fabric, and they sort of hide your figure a lot. But because this is more of a sci-fi setting, and it should be, differentiated from the traditional look, that's why I decided that I wanted this to be more form-fitting, and so it sort of has a more sci-fi look to it, and just more refinement over here. Still trying to echoing that whole shape though throughout the shoulder bits, even though I want to group them a little more. And more refinement. And over here, I wanted to bring back some of the headpiece kind of thing, the fringe from the headpiece to her shoulder, so that it sort of continued the sort of headpiece, but also I just wanted some softer elements that looks more traditional. And yeah, over here is just I'm trying to render the cape a bit more and clean up a bit more. And now we're back to the sort of full body view. Oh yeah, and over here I was like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna photo bash a little bit of the cape. And I was like, because and then it didn't look good. I think I eventually just painted over the whole thing. But yeah, it gives me something to start with. But in a work setting, if I need to get this done in a hurry, I would definitely photo bash stuff. And especially if the client is the client needs a sort of more photoreal look. In this demo, it's actually not really a very photoreal look, but hopefully it's like a first design kind of scenario where I wanted to have enough to show my imaginary director or art director that this is my idea. But I wanted to refine it enough that one, for the sake of the demo, but two, also imagine I'm working for a client that is not a artist. Like sometimes this happens, and you want to give it enough information that they don't need to sort of fill the gap. I mean, they still gotta fill some gap, but at least for someone that's not an artist, they can understand kind of what's going on. They can understand it's a human, and some things are fabric, some things are metal. And over here you can see the window frame reference that I was talking about earlier, and the facial mask the idea is actually from a very avant-garde fashion designer. I can't pronounce her name. I'm very terrible at pronouncing everyone's name. Iris Von something. I'm sorry, she's my favorite designer and I can't say her name. But yeah, I look at a lot of fashion design for ideas. Even though they are avant-garde, but I think when it comes to entertainment design, we cannot go too avant-garde because we want people to understand it right away. Whereas for fashion designers, if they want to do it avant-garde, they don't care. For them, it's just a art form. They want to do whatever they want, and also they have the money to play with. So we kind of don't. But yeah, they can try to do something really sort of outside of the box, and people don't really need to understand it. But for entertainment, we still gotta sort of make it appealing enough for the audience to like it enough to buy your movie, you know, or buy your game. So yeah, and I think over here the sort of the design is almost there, but again, I'm not saying the design is perfect or whatever. I'm just saying that it's enough for me to show someone after I finish the trim at the bottom. So over here, I was just working out the presentation a little more and adding some backgrounds, and refine the patterns a little more. And I'm gonna skip through a little bit because we are starting to run out of time. So over here, adding some more highlights, refining her face a little bit, and adding a little bit of background. And, adding some light and shadow, juice it up a little more. And yeah, the cape is pretty plain at this point still. But I wanted to have enough sort of resting area because, the face and the sort of shoulder is so complicated. I want to make sure that you are looking at her face and her, top half, but so that the cape, I try to keep it simple. At the same time, though, it's looking too cheap. So in the end, I added some patterns to it, which you'll see in a second. And yeah, once I zoom out, I wanted to add a bit more on her skirt and stuff like that. And finished the button trim. And this is where I sort of sketched out the pattern on another Photoshop file, and then I just overlaid it on top. It's a pretty quick job, but at least you get an idea there's something going on her cape. It's not just a piece of cheap white fabric. Maybe in the final project, maybe it can actually show some shiny bits being a bit more reflective. And I think that's about it. Yeah. So so in the end, I added some noise just to make it a bit more finalized. But I think that's it. That's my demo. I will stop sharing right now. Thanks for everyone who chimed in.
Hey, Mr. Baroni.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Fine. Fine.
So, you told me this is your second time, right, at IFCC?
Yeah, second
and
time at IFCC, first time as a speaker.
All right, so how did that go?
I don't know, just Marco asked me to be a speaker just last year. It was like, next time you'll be a speaker.
All right.
Like, okay, why not?
Okay, so what do you think about speaking in front of like a very like tight-knit crowd?
It's not easy, but it was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure it was fun. I was nervous before, but as soon as I started, it was like, okay, let's go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people were impressed as well. Yeah.
I'm here, I can't run away, so let's do it.
Yeah, you kind of signed up for it already, so that's great. So what do you think of the city? Because last year you were in Zagreb, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Split is nice. I love it. I mean, this part I didn't have time to visit, much, but this part of the city is lovely.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I mean, everything actually inside the palace. The theater we were in, all the restaurants and bars. It's amazing.
It really blew my mind. So is your Airbnb or your apartment in the castle as well?
Just outside, but like 5 minutes. So.
Oh wow, that's fantastic. Like you can take like a morning stroll through the city.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah.
Every time we go out of the apartment, we're here. So.
Yeah, lots of tourists there. Yeah. I mean, we kind of are tourists as well right now.
Yeah.
But that's all right.
I mean, it's a beautiful place. So.
So, like, were there a lot of people coming up to you, like asking for advice, maybe?
Yeah, someone asked.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have like, do you have something to say about like to the people at home, maybe?
I don't know. Plan a trip next year and come to IFCC because.
That's very good advice, actually. All right, and what about work? So should people just like keep on working, try harder?
Yeah.
Do you have any tips on that?
Nah, just don't give up. Just keep working. I mean,
always seems like a great.
I think this is the only way to get better and get noticed if you want to get
Absolutely.
noticed, get jobs. Just keep going.
Yeah, and also meeting like-minded people is, I think, really great as well. Yeah, you never know, like someone might give you a job at Disney or something, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Last year I met crazy people that actually gave me jobs during the year.
Really?
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's what this festival does, I think. Yeah.
It works. I mean, it works.
All right, Giorgio. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
I'll leave you to it right now. All right. See you later.
Well, um, hi, this will be a mech demo. I'm just going to showcase from kind of like design lists, quick thumbnail sketches to more. Oh, this is supposed to be down here. And from thumbnail sketches to a bit more of a final kind of drawing design. Yeah. So a little about me. I am a concept artist slash biz dev artist. If you can see my screen, these are my mechs that have kind of gotten a bit popular. Um, it's just a fun thing I like. It's a genre I like to explore and design and create a world for them because there's not enough mechs in the world. So sorry, it's like technical difficulties. Yeah, we're just kind of started out with these shapes. So I'm chewing gum now too. I kind of started out with these shapes, and I was imagining like a floating mech, kind of still in the same world as my as these guys. Imagining something kind of larger than life, um, and like these little fins or wings. I'm kind of inspired by moths at the moment. If I could show one. Oh, here we go. um, kind of like this shape design languages influencing um this flying mech. So I'm just gonna do a few more thumbnails. Just kind of along in that vein to show how maybe I might want it more slender. Um, or maybe it's like top heavy or something. Probably more slender design. I'm just primarily thinking about the shape, like the macro shape. I don't really like think too much about how the joints or mechanical things work until I have to actually get in there and design it. But for now, it's just thinking about like the big shape. Like I'm sorry, I like how this is kind of divvied up. Um, and I just want to grab one more ref for like moth wings. Yeah, because I was imagining kind of something tiered, like this guy. So here are kind of like two of my reference images for this mech. I'm more towards the fantastical element. Like there's a lot of militaristic mechs that's totally cool. I used to do more of that. but kind of pushing it more a little, like I guess that anime kind of style / genre is like something I totally vibe with. Although right now this thing looks like a spaceship. I'm like imagining a little head hole, but that looks super. That just looks like a fucking Star Wars like cruiser. Like if I just put giant thrusters here, it totally looks like a spaceship. But I would maybe bring that wing design language back. Yeah. Scale's a little busted on this one. Imagine a person to be like this big or something. Maybe one more to think about the kind of like this verticalness. Yeah. I'm more towards the loose side of my thumbnails. This is all just pencil scratching or chicken scratches. I don't really, unless it needs to look polished or I'm presenting it. This is usually how I kind of start out. Just imagining like this, like this kind of shape from the front. So that's like too weird. Yeah. I'll take. This is kind of like the general mood of what I'm feeling. Although, like, I think I'll pick this guy. What? Okay. I think I'll marry these two guys. This one and this one. Like, this one's cool. I might take actually, yeah. Might take kind of like these elements. Combine them. Move that out of the way. Yeah, so these type of kind of like mechanical drawings, I'm still focused more on like kind of like the big shape of it. Because like if you start thinking about too much, like, oh, how is it gonna fly? How is it gonna work? It can actually kind of like hamper your design a bit, because you're so concerned with like the technical details that you're not really thinking about the design of the overall thing. So, like for instance, right now, kind of like these ideas. So I will combine people. This is why I like doing these loose thumbnails, so I can just get a lot of ideas out of my head. And then do like more finished or polished looking illustrations from there. I also have this ref board that is serving as like an inspiration. Like it's just a whole bunch of things. It's everything from anime stuff to like artist inspirations and naturalistic inspirations and just painting inspirations. This is not the most organized board, but when I am just looking for like inspiration, I like to have it kind of like all in a pile. because it all kind of, I'll just, latch onto one thing here. Like for right now, for this guy, I'm trying to think of like how to incorporate pipes and give that like naturalistic look, like here and with this, I think sea slug. So this will be a rather quick demo. I almost always start out with line. It's just faster this way. I largely don't photo bash anymore either because it just it saves time, and sometimes I just want to spend a little more time trying to figure out. Like, where is it? Trying to figure out how to maybe combine these two wings, but I don't think there's a way to do so. Like, I like the head. Kind of reminds me of like a airplane, or whoa, that was a cool jitter. Kind of reminds me of like something that's like aerial aircraft, kind of like the nose of a plane or a helicopter. And kind of like there's like, I think I'm thinking that more like a guard. And I guess I'll just see if I can create that. Right now the space is kind of, I'm not liking how the shapes interact with each other. It's like too even. Well, that's like kind of cool. Like, if we're looking at it from the front, like maybe like this big pillar, like fork reed, where this is the head and these are the sides of the giant arm thingies. But I want to position them in a way where you can actually, like, I'm imagining a lot of like tech bits underneath there. So it's kind of like the big read I want to get, like this front. So actually drawing that really helped because now I'm like, oh, I think I can make this like bigger. Yeah, like that. This guy too, just sitting in front. Yeah, it feels a little more evenly distributed. Yeah. And the other thing is too, like when I'm designing this stuff, I think about how like for the mechanical bits, like where would they be? Not yet what their design actually is, because then at least if I know like the big area where they kind of reside, it'll be easier to just stick like, oh, for instance here, like I'm just gonna shade it in I'm imagining a lot of like little like wires or tech or whatever, but I don't want to draw it in now because I still want to just focus on getting that perfect shape right. Somehow I broke that reed. I just hate that. These two down. Actually, I kind of flip this over so we can see the. Nah, it's not. I can imagine it like flapped open. As you can also tell, a freehand perspective. I find it's the fastest. You don't really have accurate perspective. Like, not accurate perspective. You don't really have to have like completely accurate perspective. Camera distortion, lens distortion is a thing. So, it's all about keeping consistent and making it look consistent. Right now, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to see anything on my ref board. Oh. These like great like tech riffs like this one. This one's just like a straight up kind of like suspension system on, I believe, some train or locomotive. I forgot which one it is specifically, but it's for a giant ass train. And basically all the little details that like if people wanted to find on like a motorcycle or something, this is all just scaled up. Like a human is like the size of its like wheel. Or I mean like half a human's size of its wheel. So just quickly kind of like thinking about like, oh, I want wires here. And kind of like the world that I designed these for, they're like kind of like semi-organic. So they're not gonna literally have like hex bolts on them, but they'll have like mechanical like bits to them, like rings, piping. Like it's that cybernetic kind of like Akira from the anime or slash manga. It's kind of that look, that vibe. They're definitely an anachronistic world. Exists in an anachronistic world, I mean. So yeah. I'm trying to think about like, oh, what if it has like big ass exhausts just launching out of there? And I kind of want to use that language. Oh. Yeah, it'd be cool to actually have this like kind of exposed, but you can tell I really like disc mechs or flat disc shapes. Go over my rough to see if there's anything like that. This is like looking a little too hot roddy, but kind of gets the point. This kind of ended up just looking like that one anyways, without the like thrusters on the back. I might add them. Imagine I kind of like do that or add things on there. They're a little too big right now, but just gonna scale them down. So yeah. All right. That's pretty, like 20 minutes. I think I can just. I like a shit. Oh, actually, I don't think so. Hmm. Where is this guy? That's his side. I did a few things. This is looking super anime. That was not my intention. But I kind of just ended up liking it. So we're stuck with this kind of shape. I'm just kind of getting where I want things to go before I start painting it. Looking at the thumbnail over here to kind of the shape I want. All right, that's looking pretty cool. Wonder if there's like an arm that goes back here, or is it just? You know, I think I'll just make it more cables. If he's got like an exposed skeletal arm, it's like super windy. Like, I don't know if that could work. I don't want it to look like literal wings, but I like separation, so I think I might at least just add like just these black areas to know that these dark areas to know that I want to put text stuff in there. This is getting a little too. So, I mean, that was getting a little too like evenly spaced and divided. I want like smaller shapes on here. Yeah. So I think this is like if I were to present this as a thumbnail, this would be a tighter towards like kind of closer to what I would like submit. I have done pitch projects where they're trying to go more towards that sci-fi mech world / IP. Unfortunately, never, and not any one of them have seen the light of day. But when I was on those projects, this is kind of like the degree of like if I had to present a sheet of ideas and just kind of looseness. Put them as yeah. That started looks like something. Cool. And now, I'm just gonna do a quick drawing, see if I can do it, or just straight up paint it. I mean, let's get the color. Thinking of like a teal. That's not teal. Oh man, that's also not teal. I straight up went to like gray. Wow, like teal's this. Yeah, that's more teal. So just to highlight the kind of mechanical that's but let's just go straight to painting. Usually I do like another line drawing on top of it to make it look more polished, but Still strapped for time. I most definitely separate between designing and painting. Like right now, I feel like most of my design is pretty much done, so I can kind of focus more on painting and just making it feel and look more believable. I would not recommend combining the two. Right now, I'm just gonna shade kind of like the general shape of it. But yeah, imagining this thing can fly. Obviously, it might suck at landing. In fact, I don't think it lands. I think it just would probably dock on a tree or something, or on a branch. And just adding. I feel a little better. Okay, all right. This is just like a quick, just a quick like touch up pass, just so if I'm painting on top, like I have my lighting established, where I want the light to fall off. Like this is like, for instance, there's like it's top down, and there's like maybe a highlight. I'm just kind of putting that in, just very subtly, because I'm going to paint on top of it, but this is just to remind me. Cool. Yeah, this is to remind me where like the forms are. Once you switch over to painting, you're focusing more on form delineation, how light falls across the form, shadows. You're going to be more focused on like the polishing aspect of it. I feel like mechs and hard surface, you kind of don't need to do that for design, although some people are really great at painting while designing. But I like to separate the two out. So yeah, here we go. Because these are more organic, I kind of don't want to give them a sheen. They're a little more matte, more of that quality, that shiny kind of like new metal. Like I associate it with futurism or modernism. So we get stuff like the Elysium, concepts for Elysium or Oblivion, Halo. They all have this like really like, and Overwatch, like they have this like crazy like highlight going around everywhere. I associate that more with like new sci-fi or like future sci-fi, or not so much like right now. I kind of want these guys to feel like old machines, kind of like that, like a little bit of that World War II vibe. Like they're not high tech, they can. It's weird that they can fly and shit, but they're not like high tech. They're kind of rudimentary. Like all they can do is fly. They don't like do anything else. These are kind of like, I don't know, pandas of my world. I was just trying to put this like little head thing there. I kind of just wanted to figure that out real quick. It kind of looks like a beak. Oh. Yeah. All right. A little bit of this panel line. Like you got 10 more minutes. I'm not gonna finish this entire thing, but just to get the gist of it, I did want to paint some Greeble in. There we go. Just to kind of cement the shape a bit more. To do things out of order and paint some Greeble. I know this is all kind of like brush strokey. It's kind of like what I don't know. I go in between very tight drawings to very like brushstroke drawing. This is just more expressive. If I have to tighten it up, tighten it up later. Because I mean, it's just painting on top. So I want to show. Tech bits. This might have to be like a harder brush. I should have. Did I actually make? No, I didn't. Okay, yeah, I'm painting right on top. That's fine. I'm trying to figure out what these pipes kind of look like. Although it's not the brush I want. This is also not the brush I want. That's also not the brush I want. This is also not the brush I want. Okay, there it is. I'll keep my brushes that organized, as you can see. Because I have very specific ones, like this soft round brush I don't use all the time. I only use it when I'm like painting. Because the soft round brush is the superior brush of all brushes. But it's not very often that I get to like paint this loosely. So forget where it is. Just touching this up best I can. I'm just kind of showing like, oh, there's probably like if this is some sort of like armor covering, right? It's probably to protect some like, I don't know, energy source here, or like its heart if it has one. But I like the idea of having like a like protective piece here. You know, and the rest of that is like gnarly sci-fi shit that goes in there. Right now, because I'm painting it, I'm not really delineating like the little like things. Like if I was gonna go into this even more, I totally would put like a, you know, like small wires like that. But you can't see that from out here. At least not yet. This is still, you know, I'm just figuring out the. I already decided, you know, the space. Like I've given it the space. Now I'm just trying to fill it in with details that will break that space. That makes sense. And a lot of design is more towards that, like thinking. Like you have to really, like, it's abstract thinking. Like right now, like before, I thought I could just have like this like it would end like maybe right here, and this would be like the still part of the body, but I kind of don't like how empty that felt, so I'm just gonna turn this entire area into like a more mechanical section. I'm gonna look at some of my refs to figure out the space. Like what specifically would go in there? Like, do I want it more towards like a car engine, or like I've been looking more airplane. And they have really interesting like typing. It like goes because if it's like a radial engine, for example, it just kind of goes all over the place, like wraps around a cylinder. Those are really interesting shapes, especially if you're going to organic, right? Like lean towards something like a circle or a cylinder to help your design decision. Don't literally put like a, like a V6 or something. Like that doesn't really help with your design unless you're, designing a car or, a truck or something. Or like a very militaristic mech. But yeah. Sorry. And then, I think this area is a good area to also put in like a little, I do color coded. It makes my life so much easier. It's like, once I just like accepted the fact that all pipes are gray, I just that helps really kind of like delineate where it becomes mechanical and where it doesn't. Like, of course, you can have like a gray mech, but it's like, because like pipes usually are kind of like out of sight. They won't really catch the light, so they're almost always the same value range too. So it helps keep my values in check. Like I'm using them for a lot of like reasonings. Like they're useful they inform with the design. They also inform with the painting and the polish, and they also inform with the texture. With mechanical design, a lot of it's important to be able to pull off the material read, because like you can really make something feel like plastic if you don't get the spec or the or matteness right. If it's like too shiny, it just ends up feeling too plasticky, because like different paints, you look at like cars or whatever, different paints react differently, and the way they're both applied and made out of, and like you ever see like a metal car from like a car that's just made out of like with a metal frame, like from the 60s or so? They have a very distinctive sheen versus like modern cars now with their plastic. Even though like most of the time it's like cheap to look like metal. And then when you actually look at like brushed aluminum on airplanes, you can see how like if you paint it, how matte it ends up looking. Like it all, and like you wouldn't put that like, well, you can, but I was gonna say you can't really put that like brushed aluminum on the car unless it's like a car part. You're not gonna like, you don't really see many cars just rolling in that are like super bright gray, just pure metal. At the same time, you also don't see very shiny, bright, I don't know, like red airplanes. Even if there are, they're definitely some of the colors chipped. It's also the same thing where if you see like a colored jet, like if you ever like in the US, there's something called like the Blue Angels, and they're like F-22s or whatever. They're like blue and yellow, and they look like toys. Like if you see them from a distance, they just look like miniature toys flying. So they're just capable of mass destruction. But they're not. They're just like they're kind of like a air show stunt. Although all their pilots are obviously very talented. So yeah, I think I got like the head done basically. Got to add a few things here and there. Got a little mushy in there. But at least I know that this area has like technical bits. So I can work with how to push this design a bit more. And here to all that to be like technical. And maybe like a vent here. But I'm worried about it breaking kind of like the daintiness of the shape, so I'm just trying to maybe make it a little more interesting. Like that or something. So yeah. I like this huge fucking it's a little unsupported though. Set up. It's 12:45. You're okay, cool. Yeah, so that's it for this demo. Hopefully maybe you got something good out of it. A lot of mechanical design is both kind of like the aesthetic and believability of it. So that being said, thank you all for watching and have a great day or night. Stay home, stay safe.
Hi, Boel.
Hi, Leo.
How are you doing?
It's
really
and
good
you?
to see you.
Yes.
It's really good to see you back at IFCC, right?
Yeah, it's the fifth.
The fifth time?
Yeah, for
Have you
me.
been here every year?
Yeah, like
That's
a veteran.
pretty crazy. For me, it's the fourth. So I felt like a veteran, but you're even worse than I am.
We're few, but.
Oh, so you know, the location changed to Split, right?
Yeah.
So how do you like it so far?
It's really nice.
Yeah?
It's just Split have a lot of location to visit.
Yeah.
I didn't visit all yet, but I plan to support the beach in the city town.
Yeah, especially those
architecture.
Yeah,
little streets.
It's lovely.
I got lost every morning. But
Yeah, me too. It's been so crazy. And how do you like the beach hangouts at night? They're pretty nice, right?
Just really nice. There's so many people on the night swimming. I don't swim because.
Maybe we should teach you how to swim.
You wanna I'm no urban guy.
All right.
So, yeah.
So, is there any talk that really stood out to you? Like something you really liked so far?
Yeah. There are some speakers who couldn't come.
Okay.
Sadly.
Yeah, like Bastien and Jessica. Yeah.
Heartbroken. But yeah, still there are great people. And even if I'm a 2D guy, going to 3D lectures is also really important to me because you can import some 3D concept or mindset in your own process. So
absolutely, I think it's definitely great. I think it's even cooler, like when you're used to doing 2D, then seeing someone who does something entirely different can be even more interesting, maybe, right?
Sure.
All right.
You discover a new way of thinking, new way of mixing software.
Yeah. Oh,
good.
That's great. Yeah. All right, Boel, thank you so much. I'll leave you to your drawing.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
son.
So hello guys, I am super happy to be here, even if it's just an online lesson. That's a little pity, we have to stay at home, but it would be much better of course like to be at the place in beautiful Croatia. We Czech people already know the place, it's our major holiday spot. So I know it's a beautiful country and I would like to thank you very much for all the organizers that they invited me and they are making this amazing session. So thank you again and let's start it with the stuff. So maybe on the beginning, let me very briefly introduce myself. My name is Jacob and I was working like a matte painter in the past for the movie stuff. I was working like a concept artist, mainly in Canada and Europe. Right now I'm staying in Europe. So I'm kind of familiar with the matte painting workflows, concept art workflows. These days I think these two workflows are actually mixing. Like a lot of concept art looks like a matte painting actually because it's so detailed right now. That means it's kind of a beneficial to know like both worlds and it's not so distant from each other. You know, there are like very similarities. But I wouldn't be talking about matte paint. Like in this lesson, I just would like to give you some little hints about, let's say, animation or about like moving pictures. So let me maybe clarify something on the beginning. I am not an animator. I wasn't studying this thing. I have two brothers. They are amazing animators. They studied animation. They are doing the animation. But I wasn't. I was always more like a painter. But anyway, I was like very into cinematography. I loved movies. I loved the visual storytelling in motion and in time. So it seems to me I wasn't satisfied until I started to introduce some kind of movement into my still pictures. Like it came back to me, like this love. And I really felt that, oh yeah, this is it. This is the way how I need to express. This is the way how I want to express. So, and I guess, or I believe this kind of love is inside many of us. We are stylizing our pictures like a movie frames. We are using the same effects, the same compositions. We are studying the movies. We are working for the movies. So we are, let's say we are making like a one frame from the movie. So I am pretty sure that you understand what I'm talking about here. But on the way of making your work more cinematic, there are of course like various problems. First of the very common problem could be that if you need to animate something, you will very often need to reduce the style or maybe reduce the complexity of the style, let's say. That's why almost all the animated movies looks like cell shaded, because they would need to produce like thousands and thousands of the same pictures, and it wouldn't be even possible if the style would be like too complex. So this reduction of complexity was something which really bothers me. If you imagine you are working on your amazing concept art and you are spending like days on the one picture, and then you would have to consider to produce like thousands of them just to make a simple scene or something. Oh man, it's just too overwhelming. So I was always like looking for some other solutions, some other approaches, some tricks, some different methods, how I can do it and don't need to reduce the complexity too much. And in this lecture I would like to show some of them. I will give you some hint about the card method. This is like very simple and easy method to set up, but it could be very powerful. The second one will be something which is called like a 3D camera projection thing. This is as well like kind of a common method in VFX industry, very well known and established technique for the movies mostly. And like a third thing, that's gonna be actually something special, maybe something you haven't seen before, and maybe something new for the future we're gonna see. But it's for the animation as well, and I hope you're gonna like it. So let's see. But firstly, maybe I can just show my portfolio or some pictures from the portfolio. So if I will go through and maybe just to show this picture, like this is the very simple setup. Is it actually the card method, and it has no 3D geometry inside. These are just like flat planes. I will be showing how to do this. And this thing is the same. Even the ground is cut it into pieces, I guess. So there is no ground plane or anything like this. You know, the way how I'm trying to think about it is to make it fast and make it quick and just don't spend too much time like building a scene or something like this. We don't have time in many scenarios, so just think about it like this, you know. We need to kind of like focus on the time during our work. This one is the camera projection, so it using the 3D geometry actually. This one I actually don't remember, but I think it's some kind of the combination. Yeah, and this one it's interesting because it looks like a 3D geometry. It looks like it's projected probably, but it's not. Like this thing is as well just the card method. These are just planes with the textures. It was kind of tricky to set up because these are like a geometric structures, you know, and these steps and these like boxy things. But in the end, it's just a preview for you, just to clarify that you can achieve something like that with the card method as well. You don't really need a 3D geometry in many scenarios. This is the special method. Like when you see the character in my portfolio, it's the special method, really. Same for this one. I will be showing you a little bit of behind the scenes in the end for this picture actually. Yeah, here you can see how you can use the movement actually in your like designs, your mechanical design, for example. There will be a better example later, so I will come back to it. This is like a combination of the techniques. You have the cards here, you have the special technique here for the characters actually, and you have the matte painting, 3D camera projection as well, and you even have this like a volumetric effect. This thing was actually like a picture of the presentation of this fluid method for the SIGGRAPH. I don't know what year was it, but it was pretty cool actually. Yeah, this is also interesting because the dragon is done by a simple puppet tool in After Effects. You probably know what I'm talking about, but the rest is the 3D scene. And the fire, again, is the special software which my friends like developed and presented on SIGGRAPH. So I'm just helping them to make some nice presentation. This is the card method, and it's interesting because it's actually made in Photoshop. You can do the card method in Photoshop. I won't be presenting how to do it in Photoshop because it's kind of not so convenient, very clunky and slow, or at least when I was trying before some time. Maybe they fix it, I'm not sure, but I'm using like different tools. Photoshop is kind of a little bit too limited. Here you can see, I think it's animation in ZBrush, and I did it because I wanted to check how the anatomy of this little creature works actually, like if it could walk, that I wanted to try. So I made a little animation in ZBrush. Like you can animate in ZBrush, it's possible. You morphing your clay, you can do it there. Yeah, and this is the thing I was talking about it before. If you're doing something like that, like a mechanical design, you can use a little bit of hint of the animation, like here, to make a little turnaround or to make a few frames just to make it live. Can help you to sell the design. It can help you to show some functionality, you know. So this is something what I like to do as well. And this thing I really like to do as well. It's kind of like a living painting, I would say. If you have a static camera and something is moving in the scene and it's in the way it's looping, it's giving you a very nice vibe. I like to do something like this, you know. But you can try to moving with the camera as well and just checking how your scene setup looks like in the motion. So that's what I did with this little cave. This is a card method, and you can feel it works perfectly fine. Doesn't need too much, and you can make it live. Yeah, and same for this thing. Like these pictures are done by camera projection actually. There is a little bit of sculpting on the geometry, so you can feel the volume. but it's not really like super elaborate. It's more like to create the feeling of the form. Yeah, this one is not moving, but yeah, here is a little sketch I tried to move, so sometimes I'll just need to try how it's gonna look like, how it's gonna feel. Yeah, this is another like a living painting type of work. And this one is, it's more like a scene in the movie. You can see the character, it will come in front of the camera, then she will turn around, and then she's continuing in her like path. So this type of work is more like a shot from the movie. And this is a special method, and it was kind of hard to set up because I was trying to make the blending of the various frames like very smooth, so you can see how it looks like. I was actually trying as well to separate the lighting in the painting and then synthesize the layers with the different setups. So then you can get, for example, this little specular in the eye moving a little bit different than the rest, and so you can get like a better feeling. I was testing if it's possible or how I would approach it. Yeah, and then this is definitely a special method. Here I was trying more something like a rotoscoping workflow. How does it feel when you will use it in the full frame on some, let's say, some noun movie frame, and you will overpaint it and you will try to animate or you will try to transfer the motion. I think this one works pretty nice. So why not to be practical from the beginning? So let's say we have this picture. It's a picture I'm working on my spare time. Don't mind this dude, he's just standing for the later work, something like a reference, but for our demonstration it's absolutely okay. It has kind of a flat perspective. It's like a simple scene. That's what we need right now. And let's pretend we don't have any layers. We already merged all the layers, and now we like decided, okay, we want to animate it. What should we do right now? Well, I want to show you this just to clarify what kind of issues you can get into when you start thinking about animating already finished painting or like a still image. So just you can take a look. This is like Adobe After Effects. I have the same picture here. I will put it into the workspace. It will create a footage. So right now I have a footage here. It means there is already like time flowing. I have a time here, but of course nothing is happening. So we can start introducing some movement of the picture. Something so very simple like horizontal movement of the camera. If you will do something like this, it will start moving horizontally. Okay, it's very nice. But first thing, obviously, like the first issue you can get into is like, all right, I don't have enough picture here. There is a missing space. My painting is not so long. And from now and for the other scenarios, you would discover you have to be prepared for the animation. Just a simple thing like this, it will prevent you to do this correctly. So this is the first thing. Like, we need to extend our painting, of course, but I don't know, I will do like a more wild movement just to demonstrate something. Okay, camera is now doing something more like wild, and for the sake of demonstration, maybe I can introduce some camera shake. You can do very, very basic camera shake in After Effects if you will use the wiggler like this. Right now it put it some random, or maybe the magnitude is like too weak. We need to introduce more magnitude here, just like this. Oh man, this is like super crazy. You know, it's doing like this kind of dancing shaking move, but why not? Yeah, so we have a moving camera. Let's say we have a moving camera, we have a shake, and we can like put some grain inside. I'm just typing here into something into the effects. So if I will type grain, I will add grain here. Now we have a grainy look. So right now we can reduce the rendering quality, it's not necessary. So right now it's moving, it's moving, it's shaking. You know, it looks just wrong. But why I'm doing this? It's just to give you some idea about that if you will do something simple like this, even if you do something simple like this, your brain is already triggered and your brain is interpreting the thing, what it's seeing, and starting to interpreting it in a different way than a still painting. So right now it's starting to feel differently. It's starting to feel more like a living thing, like a video or like something like this. So that's why I'm showing you, even with the simple setup, you can start to have this cinematic feel in some scenarios. And it can be completely okay to just something just like that for the shot, for example. It can be completely like why not? But of course we want to go more advanced. We want to do some camera movement, we want to do something more interesting, and for this thing we have to introduce some layers. Like this is not enough. So back in Photoshop, what we would have to do is right now extend our picture. That's the most important thing. So what I recommend you to just do it like this: copy the layer, then extend it. Like how much you want to extend, it's up to you. It's up to the camera movement, actually depends on the camera movement. So I don't know, we can do it like something like this right now. If you want to save some time, you can try this trick, what I'm trying every time, and sometimes it works pretty well. Why not? Just select the layer you already cut, then invert the selection, then expand a little bit, like 3 pixels is enough. Go to the layer underneath and try to do Photoshop its magic. Try some content aware fill. It will try to calculate what it could be around, and sometimes it works pretty well. I don't know, maybe right now it's not the case, but you know what? It could be okay, actually. Could be okay. If we will make something like an artificial frame, it will give you an idea what's gonna be visible. So we are focusing here. So if the camera start to do something like this, oh, there are some artifacts. That's true. There are some like bad artifacts. So we would have to fix it by hand, you know, just use the stamp or use the brushes and just paint it over. Just fix it how you need. But very often you will do this and you will start fixing after the animation, because in the animation you will discover maybe this is not visible, maybe you are moving into the other side, or maybe you're moving here, you know, so you would need to fix this. You will see. But when we have the extended picture right now, we need to cut the layers from the picture, of course. So well, this is typical Photoshop bread and butter, just cutting the stuff, or in this way. Or maybe we can use this magic tool which was introduced recently in Photoshop. Okay, oh, doesn't work very bad. Like maybe here it's a little correction, and it's okay. So if you will cut, for example, this stone out, you have right now the stone is separated. There is a stone underneath. We need to get rid of the stone underneath. So you can try the same trick with the content aware, just to select the stone, expand a little bit, 3 pixels would be enough. Go to the layer underneath, and with the content aware fill, try your luck. Sometimes it works pretty well. And right now you can see, well, I think it's absolutely okay. If you will put the stone back, and you can try this little movement of the stone, because that's a simulation what could be happening in the animation. It will be revealing a little bit what is behind, and I think it's absolutely okay. you can be like super correct and start to correcting these smudgy issues which it was produced, but in many situations it's not necessary actually. And in this way you can cut all the layers. You can cut the guy, yes, I will do it like very roughly. Cut the guy, select the guy, then expand 3 pixels, 1 pixel, go underneath, content aware, see what's gonna what happened. Not bad, like here is some issue, but the majority of the stuff was solved very well. So in this way you can cut everything from the picture and prepare your animation. So to save some time, I made the layers already, so I can show you how it looks like. I have some very background layer, solid layer with the sky, then some background hills, some stones in the background. I have a fog. This is the ground with the big stone, another fog, character, fog, foreground, stone. So it's basically the same picture in the layers. It's not very necessary to fix all the issues in the individual layers because maybe it won't be visible in the animation and you will spend such a huge amount of time for nothing, but maybe it will be visible. For example, if I will move with this stone, you can see, there is some big issue. So you can fix it later, it doesn't matter. Right now, it's better for us to set up the scene as fast as possible and then we can deal with some issues like later. In this way, we have the layers and good practice before you export this to name your layers in the clear way. So I introduced some numbers here to make, I've made some order and you can then very easily recreate the order in some another application, could be After Effects or some 3D application. So it's good to have it like this, just try to avoid chaos as much as you can. For the exporting of the layers, you can start exporting it one by one, or maybe you can use this handy Photoshop script. It is in export. It calls layers to files. First, you have to locate the location where you need this file saved. Okay, I will save it here. Then you need to give him some prefix. I think it's mandatory. So let's put something here, but we will get rid of it later. I think if you will keep it blank, it will put some numbers and it needs to have it. So let's do it. And then use the PNG24. It's good format for us right now. It has transparency, so transparency needs to be checked. Trim layers, maybe you would have it check it. Uncheck this thing because all the layers should be in the same format. So like that we can run it. And Photoshop right now will go layer by layer and it will export everything into the folder. It can take some time. It depends on the resolution and how many layers you have. So you can go to grab some coffee, for example. So after the export is done, it will give you this nice message about the export was successful. Oh, that's super great. Okay, and you can check how it looks like in the destination folder. I think it was here. Yeah, here we have the PNGs. All the layers are in the PNGs, and we need to get rid of the prefix, as I told you before. So I am using Total Commander, for example. You will go to the folder, and in this way, with this tool, you can just to fix the naming and get rid of the, oh, maybe it's too much. Yeah, we need the number as well. So in this way, I will get rid of the prefix, and now I have the same naming in the PNGs like I have in layers, and that's what we need. Alright, so then you can put everything into the After Effects. You can just drag and drop it into the project window. And after you have it loaded here, you can start from the bottom to up. For example, you can grab the background layer, because I know the background layer is the lowest layer in the order, so that's good. And then I can use my nice numbering and to recreate the same thing like I have in Photoshop, the same order. So when you have the same composition like you had in Photoshop, you can start playing with the 3D space. But for the 3D space, you need a camera. Camera you will find here in After Effects. You will go to the layer, new camera. It will give you some specifications. You can leave it default for now. Now you have the camera, but to like turn on the 3D space in the layers itself, you need to check this little boxy icon. So if you will do it, you cannot check into the camera, but like this frame, we don't need it to be 3D, so leave this frame and then go and check it in every layer. So right now they are in 3D space. Like we cannot actually see anything 3D here, but they are there because if you will switch, like here you can switch the camera view. This is our camera, what we are looking through in the view, and this is the 3D space. So right now we will move each layer into 3D space to create a diorama. And the best way how to do it is probably if you will introduce another viewer. In this viewer, for example, you will keep this 3D view, and here you can switch for your active camera. So we will be checking how it looks like in the active camera. We don't need this frame, just get rid of the frame, and we can also like fit it into the view, see it better way. Right. So the best way how to move it into space is if you will select all the layers except the front layer, because the front layer will be in the front, and then you will grab the layers by this little arrow and you will move them in the z-axis. And if you can see, the fog, the first layer, is staying on the place, but everything else is like moving into space. So it's shrinking down in the actual camera view, which you have to fix it all the time. So every time you will move the layer into space, then you will have to grab all the layers and like scale it up. And in this way, you will make the distance between them. So if you will uncheck another layer in the order, then you will move it more. So right now the stone is, we are like keeping the stone in the place, and again you have to scale it up a little bit. Then another one we can move, for example, a little bit more just to keep it like obvious what's happening. Scale it, and in this way we will build our scene. To move with the camera, you can actually grab the camera itself in this view. And if I will do this, you can start seeing like, yes, it's doing what we need. It's showing us the parallax effect, showing the 3D space. That's what we are looking for. Even if you will go to the Z-axis, it's working, it's doing the thing. That's great. You can turn this window off. You have the full view of this one, and it will be probably better if I will turn on the frame, because the frame will prevent to see the edges of the painting when we will be moving with the camera. And very convenient way to move with the camera is to go to the camera itself, and here are the position setup, which is doing this interesting, very nice movement and rotation of the camera. So that's something what we could try to animate right now. For that, I will shrink our composition or our footage, because it's too long. 100 frame, around 100 frames could be enough. So let's trim it like this, and let's animate the camera movement, and you will do it like this. You will have to hit this icon, then it will make a keyframe, then go to the end of the footage. Just change the value somehow, maybe like this, and then you have a movement. Really nice. So you can start to playing with another value, maybe this one. It will tilt the camera a little bit like this. You see? And we are getting something dynamic, which is nice. So yeah, here is the issue I was talking about like before. We have to go Photoshop and fix it, but like overall it's working. Of course, we are getting a new issues and other issues because this type of scene doesn't have to be like super ideal for the card method, because as you can see here, ground is kind of flying over, or how to say, you know, and the guy, he's not really standing on the ground. He's like flowing in the space. So yeah, these kind of issues are very hard to target in the card method because there is no 3D geometry. There is not actually ground, like a 3D plane on the ground where the perspective would be distorting the texture in the right way. So for that reason, we need to go to the 3D and try something else, try a different setup, and try another method. But I just wanted to show you how you can do very easily this card method. And if you don't have a ground or something like that exposed too much in your painting, you can solve it with this method, or you can animate it with this method like pretty successfully. It could working like completely okay. Okay, so let's move to another technique I can show you. This is very, very helpful technique if you want to pursue this goal for animating a painting or still image. This technique is called camera projection. It's pretty standard technique, nothing super new, fancy or secret or something like this. But there is a chance you don't know about it, and that's a pity because it's really useful thing. As I said, it was used for ages in VFX industry. In almost every VFX movie, you will see this technique almost everywhere. You won't recognize it, but it's there because it's so effective and so easy to set up that you will gonna see it everywhere. Mostly for the matte painting works, and I know it because I was working like a matte painter for a while before some time on some movie stuff. So yes, it's pretty common, and it should be in any DCC, probably any DCC application. So you don't need to use Maya. I have a Maya open here, but it doesn't matter. You can use Blender, you can use 3D Max or Cinema. It should be anywhere because it's so standard. I won't be going step by step right now because I think it's not really necessary. You will find much more detailed and better tutorials for your particular DCC, how to set up this kind of shaders and so on. So it's gonna be more like an overview of the technique, maybe a scene setup. In 3D, you can do exactly the same thing like we did in After Effects. You can make some planes, put it textures on them, you know, like this. If I will put the texture here, I will create some basic shader, connect it, I will create a plane, then put it on. I have the same thing like in After Effects, except there is an issue with aspect ratio. You know, the geometry is squared, but our picture has different aspect ratio, so it's supposed to be more something like this. This thing you have to fix it in geometry, or maybe you can like paint, keep your PSD squared, then you would have the same aspect ratio and you wouldn't think about these issues, you know. So basically you can create the same setup and you have more freedom here. So that's why I am not these times using After Effects for this scene anymore, because I am always, almost all the time, need to do something more complex than this. So I'm using a 3D from the beginning. But with the camera projections, this is not an issue actually, because then you are not mapping your texture on the UVs of the object, but with the camera projection you are projecting kind of the picture through the camera. So this aspect ratio issue is not issued anymore. I will show you. But for camera projections you actually need a camera, and the camera will be behaving like a projector, so it also like needs some special setup. I won't be going to details. I will just speed it up and show you the result. So as you can see, like this is now something, it looks similar, but it has a different shader. Like this one is just a card, it's transforming. Texture is transforming with the geometry, but this one is not. You know, it doesn't using the UVs of the object, and it's projecting through the camera. So if I will move with the camera, you can see it's actually projected and it's repeating. So right now, it's actually right now, you can see some infinite space there. It's pretty cool. But yes, this is just a projection. To avoid, we can turn it off. We can turn off this repetition. It's not really necessary to see. So then we have some default color around. I will just put it there, put this thing out. And yeah, if you will make another object here, you will see even better like what is it doing. Like it's really like projecting the thing on the geometry, and you can feel some distortion on the edge. All right, and this is the effect, and okay, you know, now it's projecting into the sphere. Well, so with this effect, you can use some 3D geometry to reconstruct what you painted, which is cool because then you would have a more freedom with your camera, and you can access more angles when you're moving with it. So, which is great. So let's do it. Alright, so we have the setup. This is how it looks like. This is how our scene looks like. We have the background, we have a foreground. These are just planes. If I will turn on the wireframe, you will see it. So in that way, it's very similar like what we did in After Effects. But in this 3D space, we are more freedom with the animation of the camera mostly. So that's why it's more convenient to use the 3D application than After Effects. Yeah, and here you can see the actual projection distortion on the ground. Like here it's pretty obvious, but in the shot it won't be visible because it's covered by all the layers. I will show you like when I will grab the projecting camera, what is it actually doing. Like you can see it's projecting on the stuff. It's behaving like a projector. If you will start projecting with the real projector on something, it will do the same stuff. I've already introduced some camera movement so I can show how it looks like. So this is our shot, and I think it's pretty nice when the stone is going away from the frame and you are exposing the whole setup with the character. It feels pretty good. Even the fog layer, the grainy fog layer in the foreground, looking pretty nice. It's giving you some dynamic. And the best thing on it's still alive in the way that these stuff are just PNGs exported. So you can still working on your paint and see it updated in your 3D application, which is really cool. I really like to do this. I really like to then set up my scene first, and then I can come back and start to enhancing the paint. For example, I have here some moss texture, or maybe I can even change the shape a little bit. You know, I can start doing some changes like this. It depends on your geometry, but if you will do any changes, then what you need to do is just basically resave the PNG. If you do this, then you will come back to your 3D application. As you can see, it's already updated, and you can check how it looks like in motion. So this is perfect. You can paint, and for example, in the second monitor, you can have a preview how it's gonna look like in the scene, and that's pretty good workflow. I like it so much. But the really true power of this technique is that you can you can actually distort the geometry. And because it's projecting and doesn't use UVs, it doesn't matter because it will be still projecting in the same way. So here, for example, I can distort the stone, I can give it some volume, you know, it's up to you, like how much do you want to go for it. It can be very detailed or it can be very basic. You know. The major information is in the painting itself. This is just like a structural advancement. But through doing this, you can achieve very, very nice like perspective behavior in your setup, because when you see the stone without the sculpt, you could feel like it was kind of flat because it was on the plane. But with these adjustments, you can make it much more 3D, much more fitting into the scene and into the perspective. So that's why is camera projection so useful for many situations, mainly for movies. Like right now, I don't know if it's obvious or not. If I will do it even more, it would be more obvious, of course. And it would be obvious for the objects near the camera, because there the perspective distortions will be more intense. You can then give to your painting or to your scene this even extra dimension where it looks like it has a form, it has a real 3D quality, you know. So that is the camera projection technique. I think it's pretty neat and not so hard to set up technique. So let's try to experiment with it and see what's gonna happen.
Somewhere 3-3.
11:33, we're going to have a little bit of travel time to get to lunch.
Okie doke, F4.
So until now I was always talking like this is nothing special, this is like a common technique, you know, camera projection, whatever. But this could be something special actually. I wanted to show you something like a sneak peek into the end of the presentation, because I believe it could be interesting for you. Because I believe if you can check your designs in motion in a fast way, it could be very valuable for you and for a client and for the whole process to check it, because in the end your designs and your concept art will be in motion. It will be in the movie or in the game. So to see it somehow through the camera, for example, it can be eye-opening and you can discover something what you wouldn't think about. I think it's good to see, it's good to test. I was showing you some techniques how to address static scenes, let's say, when everything is like a solid static stones, you know, rocks. That's completely okay, you can solve it with the camera projection. But try to consider animate the characters in your concept art. Well, that's completely different story. Like this kind of complexity, the character animation, unfortunately you cannot solve it with any simple solution like a camera projection or something like this. So I was thinking about it in the similar way like photo bashing works, for example, because if you photo bash, you are transferring the details from the photos into your painting. So like that you will do your photo collage and solve, let's say, one camera angle. So I thought like that could be a way if you maybe somehow can photo bash a movement, for example. So imagine you have a movement somewhere, you will extract the movement and you will use it in the same way like you're using the photos into your painting. So in that way you could make it move. But of course you won't solve all the situations like this, but you can solve a lot of situations like this. Then I got together with my friends, brilliant computer scientists, and guess what? We are actually developing a tool like this, which is amazing. We found a team with the name of Secret Weapons, and the tool I'm talking about, it's called EBSynth, and that stands for example-based synthesis. And it's actually doing this thing. It will synthesize your image sequence based on the example which you will provide for it. And in our scenario, the example will be your painting. But you can put like anything inside actually. That means any visual content. If you will actually Google it, you can discover like lots of scenarios, lots of examples what people are trying to do with it. It could be interesting. Like for example, many people are using it with the combination of the face up. So they are like transferring the wrinkles on the videos with themselves. There are many possibilities of you can use this thing, but we are focusing on illustration in the first place. So maybe I can show you how does it feel in the painting. So if you can see this is like a final sequence already. After that you will see a little bit of behind the scenes, like this is actress, and you can feel how the motion is transferred into the painting. And the idea is that with this workflow you will like feed it in some data, but there is a chance the data you have to produce will be limited, then more limited than you would have to normally do. So let's say you would paint just one frame of the sequence, this first frame, and then after that, if you will feed it into algorithm, the EBSYN will try in very smart way somehow to transform your painting in the similar way like the video does. So as you can see here, it turn it around the head in the similar way like you've seen with in the actress. But of course, you would still need to feed it with your new original artistic data, because you're still the designer and you're kind of directing the whole thing, so it won't figure it out how the back of the head should look like on the character, for example. So let's say you would still need to be creative, which is actually a good thing because you can focus on the painting in the first place, and this algorithm, this like EBSYN, will trying to help you to avoid the labor and trying to fill the image sequence with your data based on the motion in the video. So this motion transfer we generally call synthesis, and I was showing you the video before just to demonstrate right now that I actually use it for some elements in the video. So if you will notice, these soldiers, they were actually synthesized by EBSYN in the similar fashion how I was explaining. So I can show you how the original sequence looked like. As you can see, this is like a DAS model with some motion capture data applied on it, and it doesn't look anything special. You would probably use it like a base for the overpaint or for the photo bash. And that's actually what I really did, but the difference is that then I can use the EBSYN and I can transfer the motion into my photo bash thing. So then I have here, I have here the layer of the photo bash, and with the EBSYN I can put the motion back into the photo bash itself, and then I can use it in the animated scene, which is great. So I need to mention that EBSYN project is something still in development. We are working on it right now. We are adding some features. We are trying different algorithms and polishing the workflows and so on. So the final version is not out yet, but there is something you can already try today, because we decided to release something like a sample, something like an alpha version. It's a little piece of software which contains one of the algorithms which is gonna be present in the final version as well. So if you are interested, and you can go to the ebsyn.com, and here you can download this version and use it almost however you want, because it's completely free. It's completely free even for the commercial purposes, so just use it as again like however you want. I can show you how does it look like actually. It's nothing overwhelming, it's just this simple window, but of course the philosophy of it is a little bit of different than you are used to it probably from other applications, so still you would need to know how to work with it. I really recommend just go to the secret weapon site, probably the YouTube will be the best, and in the videos you will find very detailed tutorial how to use it, how to work with it, what's the best scenario with this little application. So yes, feel free to use it, feel free just to test it into your workflow and We will be super happy if you will give us some feedback, if you will give us some word about what you think about the whole process and share with us also the results. So yeah, that's the thing. Just check it out. Okay, and this is the final thing I would like to show you. It's a new feature coming to eBSynth, and I think it could be pretty helpful for animated concept art. So just wanted to give you a little preview. As you can see here, I have a little video I'm using right now for testing. It's nothing special, just a simple camera movement, you see. And let's say you already did it in 3D, you already render it, it's a finished sequence, but then you figure it out. Okay, what if I want, for example, I don't know, maybe a branch sticking from this tree? Well, then you would have to come back to your 3D. But good news are, you actually don't need with these little features. So it's something like a tracking without tracking. If you will provide it just a mask, and this mask is showing the algorithm on what thing you want the branch to stick, and you will give him the mask, you will give him the overpaint, then it will compute for you this kind of like a tracking thing, and you will see something like this. This is the result. It will stick on the tree, and so you can incorporate your overpaint and your painting enhancements into the sequence like this. Pretty straightforward, pretty nice feature. I'm looking forward for it. And with this little thing in the end, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. I hope you got some interesting information. I hope you will experiment and do something beautiful. And let's hope we will see each other some other day. Maybe in Croatia, it could be pretty nice. So until then, just take care guys, and see you later.
Okay.
All right. Hey, how are you doing?
Great. How
yeah?
are you?
Good. I'm fantastic. It's already the last evening of IFCC, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And you arrived yesterday,
Yeah,
right?
only yesterday. I've been only in the talk today. It was pretty awesome. But yeah.
So yeah, what did you think so far? Have you seen?
Yeah, actually, it was above my expectation because I arrived to the first talk this morning.
Yeah.
And it was pretty mind-blowing. The
Olaf,
stuff
right?
Olaf did, yeah.
Oh.
And all the crazy rigging stuff. And,
Yeah.
and then all the talks afterwards during the day till my talk was pretty amazing. So I really enjoyed it.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was short for me, but pretty awesome experience.
I mean, the night is still young, I think,
Yeah,
right? We can go to the beach and get to know some people.
Yeah, that's
and
awesome.
like as far as different subjects go, do you think it has been a nice mix between like 2D and 3D today?
Yeah, I think so. I was thinking it will be mostly about concept art and, and 2D stuff, but I was happy to see that there are more CG content and 3D stuff, like from the Olaf talk and then the talk after it was really all about the 3D executions.
Yeah.
So it really resonated with me. So I really loved it.
Yeah.
And I think it's also nice for the people because if you arrive from a specific background and you see some other stuff that are not from your field, it's just open your mind to different stuff. So,
exactly. Yeah. Since there's a lot of 2D illustrators and concept artists around, do you feel like 3D could be a use to them? Like could they maybe incorporate it into their workflow?
Yeah, I think nowadays more than ever because 3D used to be a very complex thing, and as we talked earlier about Cinema 4D and the way that it's very intuitive and you can just play with 3D even with just a very small amount of experience.
Yeah.
I think it truly can. You know, I'm doing some from time to time courses of Cinema 4D.
Oh, really?
Which are just 1 month, and in 1 month you can take people to a small understanding of the basic of 3D.
Absolutely, it's very user friendly as well.
It's very
right?
user friendly. Yeah.
It's like playing with Legos, but in a computer.
Yeah, indeed, and I think Maxon did a great work on making everything very intuitive, and the help section of specifically Cinema 4D is great, and also many other software.
Yeah, so we might need to pitch this to the rest of the people then and try to get them to use 3D as well. So will you be joining us at the beach later?
Yeah, I will.
Really?
I will.
Okay.
Thanks for the talk, and it was.
I mean, we loved seeing your talk. I think it was super insightful, and I also really liked that you were showing how you work remotely with so many people around the world. I think that was really interesting, especially with like the 24-hour workflow.
Yeah.
That you just pass your work to a guy in Canada and he finish it for you. It's
thank you.
Really great. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Hey guys, it's Lynn. Today I'd like to show you the process of creating this image. But before we started, I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about some of the tools that I use mostly often during my working process. You will see me using these few things quite a lot, so let's spend some time talking about it. First of all, I'd like to use color picker. This color picker is quite different from, because usually when you collect foreground color, usually it shows up the HSB sliders, which is quite straightforward. I think most of us using this or using the sliders. When you go up, it's brighter. When you go down, it's darker. Left, that's desaturate. Right, that's more saturated. And this is color hue, which is pretty standard. But what I like to use, or I've gotten quite used to, is to put the selection over here, A. What this does is, it might look complicated because you don't know what color to pick, but I find it's really simple because what you think about it's cooler color versus warmer color. For example, if we have a more neutral colored sphere or ball, and what I think about this color picker, when you go up, that's brighter. When you go down, that's darker. It's quite similar with HSB, but when you go towards left, that's cooler. When you go towards right, that's warmer. So when you wanna, let's say this sphere got hit by sunlight, it could be the sunlight could be brighter. The sunlight could be brighter and then maybe warmer. So you could just shift the color picker a little bit diagonal upright. In that way, you get a brighter and warmer color. So we could try to painting some sunlight quickly. Same thing if you want to be darker. Let's say the bottom part is darker. You could just go directly lower on the color picker and we'll get a darker color. But let's say if we have some skylight, if it got hit by the skylight, it's probably brighter and a little bit cooler. And that way, on this side, we have a little bit skylight, kind of bluer-ish kind of feeling. You could even push it a little bit more by going a little bit farther on the color picker. In that way, you can have a really nice contrast between warm and cool. So I think that's the best part about this color picker. It's really about thinking about local colors versus cooler color and warmer color to create a nice contrast. Let's say if we have a little bit bounce light will be slightly brighter but also warmer. So let's go bright and maybe a little bit more intense, so a little bit bounce light. So yeah, this is the color picker that I use often. Also, I have a shortcut Zets S. That is my foreground color picker, so I could pull this panel up quite easily. I do use this quite often. Next thing I'd like to talk about, that is color proofing. As you can see, sometimes when we're creating an image, it's easy to get lost with the color values. Maybe initially when you're creating an image, you have an idea, dark versus mid-tone versus highlight area. But when we're creating an image, it's easy to get lost. So I do use, when you accidentally sometimes hit Command Y, it gives you a weird color shift. That's shift to CMYK, which is quite annoying. So what I changed is to actually set the color proofing Command Y into S gray. It's just grayscale. What to do in order to do that? You go to proof setup under View, Custom, and then you just go to Device to Simulate to S gray and hit OK. In that way, when you hit Command Y, you could just toggle between color version and your grayscale value version. So in this way, it's really easy to check our value as long as while you're painting it. I find it's quite useful because the color picker I'm using, sometimes it's easy to get lost. I don't know how dark is the dark. I don't know how dark it needs to be. So it's really helpful having this to go with it. The third thing I'd like to talk about is under window arrangements and new window for this image you're working on. By doing this is to create a duplicate file of your file, the file that you're working on. Let's do that. So the good thing is it's just a duplicate. It's basically a copy. But while you're working on the image, it also shows on your duplicate image as well. I usually have this window on a separate screen, but in order to show it better, I just put it here. The reason I do this is because I could put the other window, the duplicated file, and put it in grayscale, color proofing mode. In that way, while I'm painting on my own image, I could also keep checking my values as I'm working on the image. So yeah, these are the 3 things I use quite often. You might see me doing that a lot during my video process. So I hope that answers some questions. And now let's see the process of making this image.
First of all, I totally got tons of reference just because the subject I wanted to paint, I'm not that familiar with. Yeah, so I got a bunch of wood chipper truck images and the dog that I wanted to paint. I was thinking what kind of breed I wanted to paint. I was thinking this sort of character who would live in the woods, you know, it's kind of tough. So I want to really push the personality. I actually finished a rough sketch beforehand, but I forgot to I forgot to record it. So yeah, my sketches are usually relatively rough. I just wanted to figure out the compositions and the placement of each item's subjects and stuff. But I am redrawing the dogs a couple times, just trying to figure out the right gestures. And I wanted to see if I can get his personality right and his poses and stuff. So I would actually redo the drawings a couple times if necessary, sometimes maybe 5 or 6 times. So yeah, and also I flip my canvas quite often just to see if it's balanced. My flip canvas shortcut is command 1, I think. That's flip canvas, but flip each layer, that is command F, sorry. So yeah, I could flip my images or individual layers back and forth just to check the balance, and it helps me a lot to check the character when I'm drawing it. Right now I'm kind of planning out all the colors just to see the placement of all the colors. I wanted the big truck that's like kind of whitish, so I wanted to have a nice contrast. So I'm putting a little bit more darker value in the background. I think trees are the best way to have some darker tones there. But as you can see from my duplicated window, from the gray, black and white values, I kind of keep all the values in the mid-tone range. I'm trying to have more local color planned out instead of going too dark too fast. It's helpful to keep our values within a certain range. I do use lasso tools often. Use a bigger brush and lasso out the area you wanted to paint, which is pretty quick. I use that quite often. Actually, I saw this truck on the way on the highway actually. I've never seen this truck before. When I saw it, it's like, wow, that's quite interesting. The shape is, yeah, it's weird. So after I got home, I actually looked up. This truck is called wood chipper. So it breaks down woods, and I think the yellow part, the part I'm painting right now, that's actually the part where you stick the giant wood in, and they will break down the wood into much smaller pieces and shoots in the white truck. That big empty space in there. I think that's just easier to transport, I guess. I've never seen it, so it's really cool. I wanted to see if I can paint it out. Yeah, that's where the inspiration comes from. And also I'm trying to add some more characters in there. Just thinking about what kind of character would do a job as a wood chopper kind of job. Maybe, I think it's great when you have an idea from life, from your observation, but also you keep adding some fun elements to make a story out of it. I think story moment, it's always the super important thing to my work, because if it's just an image, it's less fun. When you have characters, when you tell a story, I think that adds much more to it. The actual truck is actually very complicated, I would say. They're each individual smaller pieces, smaller parts, which is quite interesting to look at, but I really don't want to get into those nitty-gritty tiny details. So when I'm painting the shapes out, when I'm blocking in the shapes, I'm trying to simplify all that details. I just want to keep the bigger major part, like the bigger shapes. I think that kind of helps the stylization a little bit too, because when you add too much detail in there, you're spending more time rendering all those details. Those are not fun and doesn't really help with the storytelling. So we could keep it simple. Just keep the key features, what makes the wood chipper a wood chipper. I think that'll be enough. Also, using a bigger brush to block in the shapes, that helps a lot, because that forces you to think about the bigger shape instead of getting into those tiny details. I'm blocking in some shadows. Right now I'm still just blocking every element. All the colors are roughly local colors, but you can see some warm and cool changes. I was doing that just to separate the different phases of the object a little bit, so I know the form of the item. You can see here, I'm just moving on to the characters using a bigger brush to block in the shapes. I was thinking about the white helmet would look really nice, but well, the truck behind him is white, so I think I ended up changing the color. I think this dog, in a reference, is a kind of mountain dog actually. I forgot the breed's name. I'm not super familiar with this type of breed, but I feel just the general character, I feel it fits the image pretty well. Also, yeah, I just pull up the reference image right there just to get an idea how the pattern of the fur would look like. I do keep all my reference images in Photoshop. It looks kind of messy, but I think I really like when my reference just right next to where I'm painting. It's so much easier to look at. A lot of times I will have different, maybe a couple reference sheets with different, I don't know, like sometimes, for example, there's an object I'm not familiar with, I will find reference with different angle, different color, and just put on the sheet. And then maybe I have a color palette I really wanted to reference from, so I will create another page of reference photos, just having this kind of, let's say, maybe sunset. I will have a whole bunch of really beautiful images I found online, and just to keep the palette in mind. I do not color picker. I do not directly color pick from the images, from the reference photos, but I think the images there, it kind of reminds me of the direction where I wanted to go. So I think it's good to use reference with a strong purpose, I guess I would say. Yeah, though all the colors are still rough, but as you can see, I'm trying to figure out the lighting direction at this point. Sometimes I feel maybe I did that too soon, but I kind of just let it go. Painting image, it's like solving a big problem, but you're finding solutions for each individual smaller problems and solve it one by one. I think it's quite fun. Let's keep fixing the dog. I guess his name is Chopper. This image is called Chopper's Chopping Service. Hey, this is Chopper. Pull up the reference again, looking at the safety vest. As you can see in my grayscale window, the reflection strips is quite bright. I think that helps to indicate that this item is actually, this strip is kind of glowing a little bit. So you could check everything in grayscale for the value structure. I think that helps a lot. I started to add a little bit definition to the forms, a little bit skylight on the ears, a little bit shadow under the chin, just to give it a little bit more volume. I do keep everything in a separate layer, which is crazy. Maybe sometimes I will try more often, like just paint everything on one layer. I think that's more challenging. Usually if I'm doing an image only have one character without background, I would blocking all the base color first before I adding any other lighting information. But I think because this is an image with a lot more stuff going on, so yeah, I started jumping back and forth. Sometimes I will start painting a little bit like skylight, reflection light, but I haven't finished blocking everything in yet. But I think it's fine, you know, like sometimes you get bored with one thing and just jump to another and come back later. That works for me. I wasn't quite sure the axe structure, so I had to go online, find a reference image, and the shapes is actually slightly different than what I thought, what I had in my mind. I think, yeah, it's always helpful if there's something I'm not sure about, and just go online, Google search an image, a reference image, and put in Photoshop. That'll make a huge difference instead of just thinking about how an axe will look like. That might look more generic and not fun. So use reference. A while ago, I started to add some smaller side characters to my image. At first, it was just fun, you know, just like, hey, a little friends. But then I realized those small characters actually they're really easy to use because they could be placed anywhere and doing silly things. It kind of helps a lot balancing the image and add more interest, I guess. Yeah, I like to, especially for the animal, if it has different color hair, I'd like to keep the different colors on the separate layers too. Like the white hair, it's clipped to the gray hair layer, if that makes sense. Because I like to paint a clean lighting effect if I'm painting shadow. The darker white part and the darker gray part, I like to use a big brush stroke and paint them, treat them separately, but also make them more like a three-dimensional object, if that makes sense. It just looks more neat when it's separated. I think that's just a personal choice. In the image, I actually add the third squirrel operating the chipper, like there is a button or something on the side, but I ended up changing it later on. I think when you're adding side characters to help with the storytelling, it's good to give them more personality. Although they are all squirrels, each of them should be different looking, you know, just like human, we all look different, so squirrels should look different too, like different personality, different poses, different color. I think that's more fun. The third squirrel, I feel it's like too heavy. I actually painted blocking the shapes of the third squirrel, but I feel it's just too heavy, like the squirrel and the dog together, it's just too crowded, so I ended up changing it to a less important object, just a mug drinking coffee or something, or milk. Dogs drink milk, right? The big dark opening in the back, I think it was kind of getting too close to Chopper the dog's helmet, so I was trying to make it slightly offset so it's less awkward looking. Now most of the things are in place, all the shapes are blocked in. I started to add more definitions to the form, rendering a little bit more, thinking about the lighting and bounce light. It's the fun part. I used to use a level adjustment layer to mimic the sunlight feeling, you know, when you use a level adjustment to make it really bright and a little bit warmer, and then you paint in the mask. So in that way, I think it's very easy to paint in sunlight. But this time I like to try just painting sunlight, like just use a brush and see how that works, instead of using an adjustment layer. Just add some more bounce light, a little bit shadow. You know, the glowing stripes on his vest, I think when it hits by sunlight, because it reflects so much sunlight, it's almost like a light source itself, so the reflection light will be much stronger on around his nose, that area. I think painting with light is more like sculpting, you know, like you're thinking about, for example, the nose, the under part of the nose is facing towards the strips on the vest, so it definitely get illuminated much more, versus on top of the nose you could get hit by skylight a lot more. So it's really thinking about the area, like what kind of light sources has most of the effect. I did try to use the level adjustment to painting sunlight for the trunk. I feel somehow it gets too noisy and not crisp enough. I don't know if I like that. Sometimes I'll try a different approach and then or painting something, but if it doesn't work, I'll just delete it. I think because it's personal work, you can have fun with it, try different things. Trying to add a little bit more color variation there and push the environment bounce light a little bit more. I really like the little bit purple goes against the yellow. I feel it looks nice and it has a very good contrast. As you can see, the color picker I'm using for the purple part, I actually kind of kept it subtle, but then I ended up pushing it a little bit more. It's really easy to do that when you're using a color picker. I think the stylized the stylized illustration, I feel the lighting, once you understand how the light works, let's say the bright part, you could push it a little bit more just to exaggerate how the light might affect on the object. Where the bounce light could be warmer, where the skylight could be cooler, and try to push a little bit more cooler and a little bit more warmer and see if you like the result. Right now I'm just painting in a lot more details, trying to finish up the image. It's the fun part, you can kind of just watch a TV show or something and just enjoying the process. And that's the shredded wood. It shoots out. I did painting some dots and just use a direction blur, I think, or motion blur, and adjust it a little bit, warped it a little bit to make it look like that wood is shooting out. dark part is a little bit too dark, so I was trying to add a little bit of warmth in there to brighten it up a little bit. Now we're adding a little bit more details. I think it's important when you're adding details, make sure it's not noisy. Make sure it's kept within the value range. If you make too strong of a contrast, that might get distracting. And right now, you know, the white truck, where it's hit by sunlight, it has such a strong contrast right there, because when the white truck under sunlight, it's super bright, and the dark opening, it's super dark. The background tree is kind of dark too, so all the attention is on the truck right now. I don't know if that's good for the story, for our focal point. It could be, because I mean, I was thinking it could work because that interesting shape is actually the reason why I started this image. But now I do want the focus to be on the dog a little bit more, so I'm gonna adjust that in a little bit. Right now, just adding a little bit more definition on some of the detailed part. Again, looking at the reference for the lights, it does have a metal plate. You cannot just have a red blob directly on the metal, so just change it a little bit, make it make sense, but also not too complicated. Right now I'm just adding a little bit more detail, making more polished looking. I feel the ground needs to have a little bit color vibration, so I add a little bit subtle change of like warm and cool in there. I think most of the ground is covered, is in shadow, so I get affected mostly by the skylight, which tends to show blue. But also there's subtle changes, which might be a little bit warmer, so we have a nice contrasting there, but it's very subtle. It's nothing noisy. Yeah, and right now you can see I was checking the black and white value, and the contrast on the corner of the the white truck is quite strong, so I was trying to tone it down a little bit. I wasn't quite sure, maybe adding a little bit more light on the ground and to lighten up the trees in the background. That might help a little bit bounce light. And I also tried to tone down the bright part on the truck a little bit, but I don't know if I like that truck is kind of more in shadow. So I do like the sunlight hitting the truck, so I decided to keep it that way. If I'm keeping the white truck that bright, so I might have to do something with my background. I start just color shifting a little bit, and now I feel like, yeah, warmer tree leaves, that feels much better than the bright green kind of leaves. I think for me that works a lot of, I actually, when I first blocking the shapes, sometimes the logo color is there, but it doesn't quite have the right feeling. I think it's just shapes in that stage. All the colors could be changed or adjust later on, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Yeah, but I think knowing the right mood when you hit it, it's very important. Like when I was color adjusting the tree leaves, and that kind of gives me the idea, the direction I want it to go. So it's kind of a happy accident, but also you gotta know what you like. You gotta know if that's the right tone that you wanted, if that's the right mood that you wanted. Always think about that. And yeah, right now I'm just finishing up. There's still some details on the characters I haven't finished. A little bit bounce light, trying to paint it in. Now looking back at my process, I do realize I jumped back and forth quite often. Seems like I don't focus on one thing to finish it up, but I'm trying to get to everything all at once. I guess that helps because sometimes if I get stuck, I don't quite know how to paint this area, or I kind of get bored of doing this area, I will just jump to a different part of the image and making some progress. I feel the truck needs to have some sort of sign and phone number. Add a little bit bounce light on the bushes in the background. Because the ground is so bright, it needs to be brightened up a little bit on the bushes too. Yeah, I didn't quite like the adjustment layer added on for the tree trunks, so I ended up just painted in the lighting. And a little bit final touch, that's the final image. Thank you guys so much for watching, and send me an email if you have any questions or leave me a comment. Thanks a lot.